Okay, I'm live. I'm live. Let me check my own sound. Check, check. Perfect. Okay, welcome everyone. It's nice to see you here. I'm going to be uploading my interview with Carson. Let's see. So I'm going to set some info up here, just real quick while I get started. Yep, sure. I don't know if intercoolers. Yeah, intercooler is a thing. Holy cow. Intercooler is a thing. Alright. Yeah, we'll let that go. And I should probably do the same. Yeah, right? Right, Rorts? Right? Here, why don't I do... Okay, I'll let that go off screen. And then I'll also upload this one off screen too. Hey, Rorts. Hey, buddy, guess what? Why don't you try some commands? Like maybe try Discord. Yeah. Oh yeah, I rated Pirate. And he spoke my name out loud, which of course gives me superpowers every time he does that. Okay, let me get the 23-hour thing off because that's not true anymore. Let me get this stuff off. That's this off. All right. All right. We're good now. So I'm literally uploading the edited videos with Carson. I don't know if you can tell, but I am particularly more handsome than I usually am today because I have a halo light in front of me. And now you can see my chiseled, rugged features in high definition. If any of you feel sick to your stomach, I will turn off the halo light. Yeah, AK. Yeah. I did. I made it. I made it. I survived. 23 hours. I survived. I couldn't have made it to 24 hours. Professional Korean lighting. Yeah. Yeah. And then I set up StreamerBot. So now you can do things like oh, hang on. I have to turn it on. That would help, huh? Let's turn on StreamerBot. Hang on. Skill issues. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. So yeah, so let me make sure that like it's working. So if I do this, what happens? Oh, look at that. StreamerBot. Look how there's like several people here already. That was fast. Yeah, so and then I set up a few other commands. I don't know, I can't remember all of them. Like I think YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess join the Discord. um yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. There are mods there. Check out your YouTube Discord link. Sure. Okay, nice. That's working really well. The uploads are going, and then I'll post a tweet about that. Okay, well, I don't know. It's not going to be as epic a day as yesterday. I guess, wait, MK, is that your. Oh, yeah, okay. I didn't set up the. You're right, Rorts. You're right. Hot take is that cooking is like programming. That's a hot take for you. That's not a hot take. That's like it's like a cold take. That's like okay. Let me update that command. Thanks, Rorts. Like this. There we go. And now if I run YouTube. There we go. YouTube is running. All right. Thank you, Rorts. I appreciate it. So I mean, like, if Prime isn't gonna raid us, and Pirate's not gonna like randomly slide in here, I guess good night, guys. You think I could do that? I'm not sure. Rorts, I might be able to do that. Oh, AK, nice. Hey, Master, how you doing? Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, there is. There is a custom Dell. Holy cow, everybody's here. Fast. WAYN is here. There. Let's see if this is a better. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, everyone wish AK good luck on his procedure tomorrow. He'll be all right, but just in case. You never really know. And then here, and then let me make sure no one's trying to like chat with me on Twitter or something. Shouldn't be, but all right. Save. Okay, here we are. Here we are. Okay, should I put on some music? Do you guys want music? And then the question is, what music should I put on? No, you don't want me to sing to you. That would be terrible. No, I'm not. No. Yes. A Mariah Carey song. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not singing you. I'm not singing you anything. $120. I don't know what that. If you're trying to reference something, I don't know what that reference is. Don't know what 120 is. Karaoke stream. you guys will. If I do that, you realize like my follower account, it's gonna drop precipitously. Yeah, I broke out a big word just to tell you how bad that would be. Here's let's get something better showing on screen than what I have. There we go. Live stream fail promo. Yeah, I mean, if I want to, it's really not that hard to get on that Reddit stream. Like, yeah, it's not that you can do it without even trying, which I know some people have done. Okay, so then the other question is, now that the regulars are here, which I really appreciate, you guys are awesome. You came fast too. I can do some Laravel, PHP, HTMX. Since we. Oh, I should update my title, huh? I totally forgot to do that. Let me do that. Laravel, HTMX. That's what we'll do. So I could do some Laravel, HTMX, whatever, or I could just work on the game for a while. There. Title's updated. Jen, what do I find most interesting? I'm kind of feeling like building out the video game tonight. I'm kind of, just for like a few hours. That's all. I'm not going to be. I can't do another long stream. I don't have it in me. So just a little bit. All right. Well. Hey, Brown. Thank you. Yeah, I like this one too. This is a few hours sounds long to me. I mean, a few hours could be anywhere between like 2 hours and above, right? Like, like when you say a few hours and then you think of what number do you think of? Like, is 8 a few hours? Right? Usually we're talking like 2 to 4, maybe something like that. Yeah. See, I went 2 to 4. You guys went 3. That's right. Or a couple. You know what? What's weird is that people will say a few to mean, like on average 3 hours. But when people say couple, technically it means 2, right? If you look at 2 people holding hands and like, oh, they're a couple, right? That means 2, like usually. I mean, I guess you shouldn't assume these days, but usually. But when people use it, they use it wrong, and they're like, oh yeah, yeah, just grab me like a couple apples. Oh yeah, sure. How many? Oh, like 3 dozen. Wait, what? Okay, but WAYN. If if people have more than one pair of hands coupled together, then they're either doing like that merry-go-round circle, like where they're like they're happy and they're like, like kids do, or they're playing with other kids in a playground. That's usually what it is. Yeah, how much is a few? Wow, welcome everyone. Holy cow, thanks for being here. Yeah, or it's a cult, or you're witnessing a cult. Yes. Let's hold hands now. Please drink the Kool-Aid. Hold hands, close your eyes, and let the sweet release of unalivement take over. And our alien overlords. Yeah, yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But the Kool-Aid is so good, right? I mean, they spike it and taste good, right? Exactly. All right, since I'm going to be doing some video games, I guess. Right? We'll go with Heartbound. I guess we'll go with Heartbound. Now, here, guys, I have a problem. And what I mean by that is that I'm mentally disturbed. Oh no, there's Wasm involved. Jay, have you not seen me do WebAssembly here? It's Wasm. Yeah, Roarts, yeah. Jay, if I haven't shown you the WebAssembly stuff, like I'll happily. I'm all too happy to show you. Like, twist my rubber arm. You haven't seen it? Jay, you there? Jay, you ready? Should I show you? Yeah, I know the Twitch layoff is not good. Jay, should I show you? Yeah, okay. All right. No one's ready. No one's ever ready when they see what I'm about to do. Okay, now hang on, Jay. You're a programmer, right? So if I delve a little bit more into what's going on underneath, you're cool with seeing that? Like, it's not gonna completely disinterest you, right? Okay. All right. Here we go. Hey, Deagle. First time chatter. Thank you for being here. That's a really good first time comment too. I appreciate that you're here. I'm curious how you found me. I am curious about that, but arena stream. Oh, man, MK, you know what I'm thinking about. Okay, so yeah, Deagle, let me know how you found me. I'm curious because there's been some weird stuff going on today, and yesterday. Okay, so here we go. I'm gonna get into it. Oh, in the category. Oh, interesting. Deagle, that's actually really, really interesting information for me. Thank you. Okay, so we'll reward Deagle and Jay because they're patiently waiting. I have Zig on my stream right now. You can see that, right? So Zig is basically C. If you don't know what Zig is, it's basically C, the programming language. But in my opinion, much nicer and easier to work with. So I'm using Zig to manage the state of the game. So things like, let's go, move entity. So when you move the entity, you're going to, on a 2D top-down game, you're going to, for example, move it from one grid coordinate to another. Okay? And then I compile it. Whoops. Oh, I left it up, that's why. I'll show you. I compile it to WebAssembly. That's the compile command. It's pretty straightforward, right? Now, the actual game I'm building is right here. It's called Uncharted Waters: New Horizons. It's my favorite game of all time from Super Nintendo. You build a fleet of ships, basically, or you have ships and then you expand it and build new ones or whatever. Expand your fleet. You have to manage your fleet, crew, materials, etc. And you travel the world. You're one of 6 characters, so like Octopath Traveler, because the same people who did that game did this one. And the storylines cross over. And then what you can do a number of things. There's a main storyline you follow that's pretty lightweight. It's just to kind of like help move you along, during the progression of the game. But generally the things you can do, you can be an explorer, a cartographer, you can be a merchant, you can be a pirate, or you can just, what's it called? You can pledge yourself to a country and then basically like serve that country. You can be all 6, honestly, or all 5, however many there are. And then there's an economy system. So when you purchase, like if you're a merchant and you purchase goods from, the Mediterranean, and you travel to Asia, your goods will sell for a higher price. And then you can discover America. You can actually, sort of. Each port has its own like mini economy you invest in. Like it's a really complicated game. I think it's highly underrated. So this is my version of it. Are y'all impressed by my programming prowess? Anyways, so it's a start, right? So now back to the kind of the low level stuff. So I'm loading the WebAssembly file. And you can see it's assembly. It's actually assembly. Ship it to prod, right? It's actually assembly. And then what I'm doing is I'm using JavaScript. And I'm mapping it on top. That's how you use WebAssembly with in the browser. You have to map your functions to JavaScript, whatever functions are available in your WebAssembly file. And so my front end render is literally just JavaScript for the WebAssembly management, and then DOM HTML, DOM elements. It's just DOM elements. I'm not doing Canvas. And I'm not using GPU acceleration. As a matter of fact, my images are bundled. RGBA values per pixel. They're bundled into the WebAssembly package. I just did that yesterday. which I'm really glad I got out the door. And then I've been building out like an editor. So I can see the grid, I can see the world layout. I can do things like if I don't want this blue collision block here, I can delete it, you know, all that stuff, right? So the reason why I'm doing it with Zig is because right now I'm compiling to WebAssembly, but in the future, I can compile the Zig code to another target. A Linux machine, a Mac machine, I can integrate with like a mobile app, whatever I want. And it's just game state. It does not care how you render the game. It's just game state. And all it does is pass around integer values, which means just numbers. It's just super fast. You deal with everything else. So even strings, for example, if you have a set of strings like the year up on the top right here, let's say that was a string in an array of strings, you could, you're just going to have WebAssembly say, I would like you to show string number, whatever, 32 in your string list. Your string list can be in whatever format your render output wants to do. And you can have localization, and WebAssembly doesn't care about strings because honestly, dealing with strings between JavaScript and WebAssembly is like really annoying. Any modifications that I do not go back into the WebAssembly, like in editor mode, I mean. So I treat the WebAssembly as like the source of truth and also immutable. And then whenever I make a change in the editor, then I just have my JavaScript interject itself to any appropriate function that I would normally ask WebAssembly for. And then JavaScript returns whatever editor data I've created. Then I can export that data. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. It should be this one. Right? I can export that data out into a Zig file. So I can have this as a downloadable file. And then I can rebuild my game, recompile with this embedded into the game. So if I make alterations or I create new stuff, I can go directly back to Zig using this. So the decoupling of the renderer and the editor, the strings, it's going to make like localization, translation really easy because you just have the same strings in English and it's just like an array, and then you just hand it off to someone to translate and they just change each individual string. WebAssembly does not care, and you don't have to recompile. Just load the string into the renderer. If I want to add GL on here, I can. If I want to go to desktop, I can. You know, WebAssembly again will not care. Or Zig won't care. And I just have to make sure that I call the right functions on the back end, and my game state will be consistently consistent, generally speaking. And I'm doing this to prove. Okay, this is the point, because I'm not sure if you were here for me to talk about this. I'm trying to prove that the tech landscape in general has become too lazy and that we don't use what we have available to us in efficient ways. We too easily reach for big libraries and rely on lots of hardware to kind of like deal with bloat and bad practices that we seem to just be okay with. And so I'm putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm building something really complicated in a very strict, minimal fashion to maximally use what's available to prove that A, it can be done, and B, it's worth it. So this is really freaking hard. My only experience with Wasm is trying to build a rule engine. So I would just do probably a finite state machine with some enums. I think that's where I'm gonna, yeah. If you want to follow, yeah, there's a GitHub. So maybe what I need to do is a command for the source code on StreamerBot. Hello Hacker on YouTube. Yeah, I should program ray tracing into the game with WebAssembly. I mean, I don't know, maybe. Let me grab that GitHub link for you, and then I'll make a command for it too. Since I got StreamerBot working today. So here is the ray tracing DOM graphics, one div pre exactly. So Jay and Deagle, I hope that answers. The Wasm side is so that I can just build the rules in code and have them as plugins, right? Yeah, finite state machine, yeah. Yeah, chiller, hey, yeah. There, yeah, you can just see how I'm doing it. You can see how I'm doing it. And Jay, I think you could, as far as I can tell, you should be able to do it if you want to have a state machine. That can be your rules, right? A finite state machine on the Wasm side. I think you could do it. Because I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. I'm essentially going to build some rules on the Zig side. Yeah. Now, the other thing is, yesterday, let me see, okay, this guy. So I mean, I had the Primogen raid me. I had Thor come and let me explain to him this thing, the game I'm building, which he said was cool, and I should keep going, and he wants to see it. And then Loris, Christoph on Twitch, came on. Oh Jay, thanks for the cheer with the bits. Thank you. He came on. He's basically pretty much he's a co-creator of Zig. I actually think he's officially a co-creator of Zig. I think. But he's quietly slid into Twitch chat, and he's like, "Hey, so word around town is you're doing a game in Zig, and I thought I would come check it out." So I explained it to him, and then he gave me some tips, particularly one that's why I have a problem today. It really stood out to me. Jeez, what the heck is going on this side here? Oh, Jacob's on. Oh well, it's okay. So, he said that I'm not doing memory management correctly. Now, I thought that if I was using a general purpose, allocator, I thought that it would free it for me. He's like, no, not really. You have to make sure you're freeing your memory. And that explains something, because when I leave it running on the browser for a while, when I leave the game like this, just running for a while, eventually it crashes. So yeah, I need to add a bunch of memory management. And then he showed me arenas. Arenas and Zig arena allocation. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And then I'm like, oh, that's it. Like, I'm done. I'm totally done, right? Like, now that I know arenas are a thing in Zig, it's like, yeah, that's it. Now I have to focus on some of that. Yeah, it feels so good when you get it perfect. That's right. And I think, so this whole thing, MK and everyone else, Deagle and Jay, like this whole thing, when I explain it to most people who are programmers, more often than not, they're not as excited about it as you guys are. They're like, what the heck? Why would you even want to do it that way? There's like a zillion libraries you can do. Like, why bother? And that's exactly the mentality that I don't like. Why bother? I'm like, no, I'm gonna bother, and I'm gonna do it like, in public. Yeah, because it's not running on React, and they go, wait, why aren't you doing this on React? I'm going to do it in public. I'm going to do it with you guys, and I'm going to prove that we can do things a lot better. Because if you think about it, imagine that I get all this running without any GPU access, no acceleration on GPU. Then imagine how much more you can do with the extra stuff you now have left over, including like really tight memory management, like the decoupling. Imagine how much easier it's going to be for people to create different renderers for this, and know that the backend game state is going to be consistent if they call the right things. Like, it's just, yeah. So that's what I'm doing. So I'm glad you guys are here. Yeah, exactly. For most devs, it's a paycheck. They clock in, they clock out. They don't care. And I don't think that's right, especially because it has such a dramatic effect on so many people. We should be a bit more responsible with it. And yeah, Chiller, thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, and you know, I think Assembly grounds you in reality. It sure does. MK, I think part of the reason why they don't understand, why they don't have that kind of joy, is probably because that mentality is so prevalent that when they go to learn stuff, they learn with people who teach with the wrong mentality. Does that make sense? Like that chain? You're going to go to people who have the wrong mentality, who, you know, by and far, like, they seem to be the overwhelming majority. And then they're going to learn from those people, and then they're going to be like, ew. I guess I'm going to do this for a paycheck. It doesn't seem as cool as I thought it was. And then it just propagates like a bad virus. Yeah, exactly. But so this is kind of my point, right? Is inspire other developers to do more, to do better, to do complicated things. And I'm not just saying it; I'm doing it. I'm here. I'm doing it. You can watch me fail. And be dumb along the way, but I'm hoping this proves something. I mean, the fact that, like, I explained all this to Thor, and he's like, "Man, this is really cool." Even Loris, Christoph, the Zig guy, it's like this would be a good sales pitch for the power of using Zig, because of the way that you're using it, right? It's like, yeah, if you really care. Yeah. So that's just kind of been in my brain, so I thought maybe we do a bit of that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to check while I have. Wait till you use reset capacity. Yeah. I'm going to check the uploads, because I know Carson is patiently waiting for me to upload the interview, which is just processing now, and then he's going to help boost it by retweeting it, which I didn't even ask him. He just offered. He came and offered of his own volition. So now I feel a little bit compelled. To make sure. Hang on, let me just quickly catch up on. You guys are awesome, by the way. Juniors at work ask me. Wait, Deagle, wait. I read the reset capacity, then I saw arena, and I'm like, wait. You can keep the same arena alive and reuse it. Deagle, hang on, folks. I'm gonna get to the other chat. Are you serious right now? Are you actually serious? Retain capacity? Are you serious right now? Sig, arena, retain. No, Deagle. Oh, Deagle. What are you doing to me, man? I was already like itching. This is sick. This is awesome. All right, hang on. Let me get to the other chats. Juniors at work ask me, how do you know all these things? The answer is, go and read code on the things you use. Understand under the hood stuff. Learn by doing the things, even if it's just a crappy clone. Yes. How many times have I been in a team of React developers? And they can do a bunch of stuff really fast and everyone feels great. And then when React fails you, because ultimately it's doing something you don't want it to do at some point, you look around at your super, amazing React developers who are supposed to be experts, and they're like, I don't know what's going on. Because once they have to look under the hood, they're done. The theme in Thor's Game Jam, I'm not sure, yeah. Yeah, you should, Altraz. You should really try Zig. I kind of knew that arenas were, I thought arenas were for, like, you could free up the parent, essentially, and then all the all the arenas would also free up. Like I thought it was like a way to like group memory. It didn't register with me. You can also reuse. That's insane. Yeah, Deagle just blew my brains. I mean, MK, you don't really need to know web dev necessarily, right? You don't necessarily, but I mean, you can learn some stuff from what I'm doing, because that's what I'm kind of doing. I'm doing web dev at like the hardest level. The hardest level of web dev, let me go back, is like no framework. Vanilla JS, okay, vanilla CSS, and just straight up DOM HTML. I mean, if you're going to learn web dev, this is as raw as it gets, right? So like, you know, stick around. Hopefully I can help you get there to some degree, teach you like one or two things, right? I mean, you guys are teaching me stuff all the time. Yeah, exactly, Chiller. Exactly. That's crazy. Now I have ideas flowing through my brain for this. Damn, that's insane. Okay. Let me just check the video again. Okay, it's still processing. Let me know if I need CDCI, cyclical allocation. Yeah. Let me check the other chats. Hacker, I don't know who's going to do the artwork ultimately, but I already have Alteraz on Twitch, who's got someone who's helping me with some initial artwork. So, you know, that's really cool that I have someone who's helping me do that. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit of its own monster for sure. Okay, let me make sure. Let me send Carson a message. Okay, now the interview. Someone asked about the interview, right? So the interview is with the creator of Htmx. If you know what Htmx is, and you're interested in that at all, I did an interview with a creator. Came on my stream. We had a live stream yesterday towards the end of my 23-hour stream, and we had a great chat. And he seems I didn't think it was particularly that good, but he's excited about it. So that's awesome. So I just want to make sure, you know, I make sure he's happy, because he's been waiting for me to get this video out. And editing is hard. Editing is hard. Yeah, MK. So the idea with WebAssembly, like, there are people who do want to have like Wasm VMs. Have a good night, Hacker. Thanks for popping in, Hacker, on YouTube. You're always there, even though you have an account on Twitch now. But I guess you hate Twitch so much. But still, go get some sleep. Yeah, if WebAssembly was a VM, that would be awesome. I agree. All right, so that being said, okay, I'm kind of curious about this capacity thing. I'm gonna have to just take a second and read this. I had a web game idea a while back. Was basically exploring a virtual terminal PC and revealing new apps and games in the PC as you go. Well, that would be cool. Yeah. Wasm for phones? Yeah. Yeah, Wasm might have. I think Wasm would have actually taken you a long way with that idea. You could resurrect it. Oh, that's right, Del. Yeah, you're right. I read about that. Wasm is actually used as an intermediate step when building Zig itself. They replace the C++ code base with single Wasm binary because it's just assembly. It's literally assembly. You can't, you like, I don't think you can get lower than that unless you want to start writing ones and zeros. So then, you know, if you build, if you take something out of like C or C++, a library, and then you compile it to WebAssembly, that's pretty portable, right? That's pretty portable. When to retain capacity will be pretty clear once you start using the arena. Mullen and Wasm 2024. Yeah, man, me too. Creator of Docker even said Docker wouldn't have been necessary if Wasm WASI already existed. Exactly. Yep. Docker would basically be redundant, if not needless. Which I guess redundant would kind of be. Hey, Cami on YouTube, thanks for being here. So let me just have a look at what's going on. Sorry. Deagle, yes, it's turn-based. Yeah, it's turn-based. So, when you're moving around the world, here, I'll show you. When you're moving around the world, I guess it's real time, but it's really just you and then other ships moving around. When you're moving around in town, it's like real time of sorts. You're moving around the town in real time. But then when you're doing, let's see if there's a battle. When you're doing a duel, okay, like if you're dueling another captain, that's turn-based. The battles, let's see if there's a battle here somewhere. Is there a battle? Where are you? Where are you? Here, let me see if I can just type in battle. Yeah, here. This is, even the UI is really simplistic, but for battles, it's all turn-based as well. And you have like grids, right? You have a range depending on like the wind, how deep into the sea you are, how choppy the sea is at this time of day, whether it is day or night. You know, how good your ship is, you know, then you have a distance, you pick one and it's just like turn-based, right? So that makes it nice. Battles, you can run, but you can't hide. I'm planning light multiplayer. I think multiplayer ruins games like this. For proof that that's true, you can see I'm so disappointed. They actually took the characters out of the SNES one because the SNES one is like the pinnacle of the series. And they call it Uncharted Waters Origin. And they updated, you know, they updated the graphics and stuff. but they did it for mobile multiplayer. I'm sorry, but this game sucks, and everyone who's played it sucks. And here's the other thing that's not good about it. Even if the game was great, what ends up happening is you end up encouraging like the whales who spend a ton of money to come in and ruin the world economy. The Coppinger. I'm not sure how to say that exactly, but thank you for the follow. If you're here, make sure to say hi. If you're a flyby follower, thank you. So the whole thing was ruined, by the way that they did it. It's not proper. Oh, Deagle, thanks for the follow. Hey, Coppinger. Hello. And so just a second, Coppinger. I'll give you a warm welcome. So I don't want to do this. This isn't. I don't think this kind of a game is proper for multiplayer. But I will do light multiplayer. What that means is for certain aspects, like certain events during your own single player story, or maybe like certain battles, or I don't know, certain areas. Maybe you can invite like a few friends. Yes, a few, not a couple, a few. All right. And you can join in like doing something in your world, something that doesn't ruin your world. Yeah, once it's pay to win, it's over. Yeah. So the Coppinger, let me know how you got here, and if you have questions or you want me to explain what I'm doing, or anything like that, just let me know. You guys. All right. And then before I dig in, since you guys are keeping me all busy, let me make sure that the video's... No, still going. All right. We will leave that be. Oh, I think it's published. All right, so I better go tell Carson. Let me post a tweet. Okay. While you guys are talking about mobile games, and I agree with a lot of you. All right, it's gonna go live. And then I'm going to let him know that that is live. Okay. Clicky buttons, yeah, clicky buttons. And I'll go over here, just confirm that it's working. Make sure that I didn't royally And if I open it, yeah, awesome. Okay, that's great. There's something about clicky buttons that just feels nice, right? It just feels nice. I don't know. It's just, you feel like you're interfacing with the tech behind it just a little bit closer. Topper Gang, Zelios Gang? I don't know what those are. What are those? Do not cook. Okay, I won't. I won't. You won't go back? Alright, alright, alright. No, now you're making me. Now you're making me. But I won't. Oh no. Okay. Okay, I'm not. No. Do Google Zelios VT. Listen, I already have. Okay, I already have the. Yeah, I mean, if you're just talking about like the switches, I might be interested in those. Simply because, it would feel nicer. But if we're talking about keyboards, I'm not switching keyboards. I found the one. I'm committed. Yeah. Oh man, you guys are going crazy on controllers, and I'm loving it. Okay, let me figure out some stuff here while you guys are talking. Oh, Nightshade is here. Nightshade, thanks for being here. You know what's really cool? Nightshade could be at like 50 other streams right now because he's like the most powerful mod on Twitch. But no, he's here. If you're anywhere, you know Nightshade, and he's here talking about controllers with us. That's so cool. Okay, so I kind of want to like sort out two things. One, where should I be releasing? No, you know what? It's got to be the other way around. Where should I be using arena memory? If not using... No. If using arena memory, where, when should I reuse it? And then ultimately, all else, where should I be releasing memory? Yeah. Nightshade. I appreciate it. Either way, I think maybe you're selling yourself a bit short. I think you probably have your choice of streams where you would go, you know, mod status and just like, you know. Anything cyclical is a good candidate for arenas. Yeah. So as an example of something cyclical, oh, not mod. Ah, oh, Nightshade. The two that you couldn't be. Got to work on it. What would be cyclical? So like viewport data. No, viewport data isn't cyclical though, because the viewport data could change. If I resize the viewport changes. Once the viewport is done, then it would the viewport's kind of a weird teenage thing. Like it doesn't really know what it wants to do. If you change the viewport size, if you change the go to mobile or whatever, then your viewport's going to get thrown away, and then I'm going to have to figure everything out again. If it's not, like if you're just going to stay where you are, then your viewport's going to be consistent. The world will change, but your viewport will be consistent. Is that true? Hang on. Now I've got myself twisted up. Is that actually true? Anything temporary. Is the viewport data temporary? The viewport data... No, it's pretty... It's mostly static. It's mostly static. I hope what I'm saying makes sense. So here's the viewport, okay? The like 1113 down here, and allocate once. So you'd hold 1,000 of a specific entity, so that I never have to deallocate in between frames. Just 0 values as needed. Shreyas, hey, welcome. Well, now you've got me wondering how I'm actually supposed to use this. It's usually collections. So look, technically speaking, let's take an image, right? I think this is like a super easy one to sort out. I have an image which is a flat array. It's a flat array. The first 3 entries are width, height, size, and then I have RGBA per pixel. This image is not going to change. And it's compiled statically into the WebAssembly file. I don't think I need to do anything with this. It's just part of the memory block. I don't think I need to load it or unload it. It's just there. So I don't think I have to worry about these kinds of things. Same with the world. Yeah, I don't think I need to touch the world data. The world is the world. You're not touching it. And even if I'm in editor mode, I'm still not touching any of it. I'm replicating the data and then making the adjustments on the JavaScript side, and then I pass it back in and recompile. Flags of the entity, if it's alive or not. Dead entities don't render. They might respawn. Yeah, so I think that's like maybe an easy one to no, not here. Sorry. Entities. Yeah. So hang on. Which? There. Okay. So like this. Basically, if you end up calling .free dozens of times, it should be an arena. Right. You loop on the flags array of all entities, and if you process live, use the entity index. Right. This is where my brain breaks. Okay, so, but hang on. Everyone, hang on. I get what you're saying. But even for entities, I feel like I'm in a weird place. So here, listen, look what happens, right? Here, I'm going to refresh. Bye, Shreyas. What's going to happen is I'm going to move my entity like this. Now, I'm not re-rendering while I'm idle, right? Because nothing's happening. But if I move again, there's a re-render. Because I have a diff list. And every time I move, I would go what's the previous state? What's the next state? Nothing changed because I didn't execute a move function. Then I don't have to worry about the entity. And then all I do is check. The only thing that it is actually running all the time is whenever I go to... no, not even my renderer is running all the time. It's literally, I'm literally just checking a diff list, and I'm literally just going, if certain things happen, add to the diff list, then go and update those individual things, whether they're in the world or whatever. Otherwise, the diff list is empty and I have nothing to do. Okay, that's more like properties of entities. You aren't freeing the entity in movement, but spawning and despawning, you would. I guess if you're adding and removing from a list, that could apply. Yeah, I'm now that I think about it, I'm trying to figure out how I would actually use this. My viewport data doesn't change unless I change my viewport, which a person really isn't going to do. My diff list is the only, it has to be dynamic because it's going to be, who knows how many differences there are when you know, it could be anything. The viewport is dynamic just in case it changes. Debug is just a list of debug things, which is, you know. And then the only time that I change these things are like actual properties are when I take actions like move or attack. Global on GPA is fine. I just have to remember to deinit these. The static stuff is like, I don't have to worry about that, but I have to deinit these array lists. But I'm having a hard time thinking of something that is constantly changing, especially because it's turn-based. They die when you close the game. Okay, but then I have to figure out what's leaky then. Because if I run this long enough, it definitely crashes, eating up the memory. So something's leaky, because I'm doing like no deinits at all. Will you be spawning projectiles that are short-lived? That would be an example. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I would be spawning like little entities for animations and stuff. And I would have to state that they are going to only execute like when there's an explosion. You do a little explosion entity and then it goes away. Are those lists in the for loop? In the for loop here? No, they're not here. This for loop is to determine the get current world. Yeah, no, they're not in here. It's to determine the world that's loaded and set the positions of your entities. Because then what it'll do is it'll loop through this, which is the static. It's looping through this, and then it's looking through the NPC layer, which is here, and it's figuring out who belongs where. And if it finds the right reference to the right entity, then it's going to apply it. Does that make sense? Drake on YouTube. I'm talking to everyone on Twitch, but I check my Twitch chat every once in a while, or my YouTube chat every once in a while. But it's nice to see you here, Drake. I don't get a lot of people on YouTube, so. Yeah, so I'm actually I'm honestly having a hard time figuring out where I'm going to use these arenas. We can go through every time you pass in an allocator. I think this is it. This is it. These are the 3 times I pass in an allocator. None of those are being freed. These are the only 3 allocators. The rest is static memory. And then I just make adjustments to some of the entity memory. And then that's it. Yeah, I'm appending things I don't need to keep. Yeah. Switch to array list unmanaged. Man, you guys are the best. Seriously. You guys are honestly. Array list unmanaged. Here, let me go here and just have a look. There we go. Array list unmanaged. An array list, but the allocator is passed as a parameter to the relevant functions rather than stored in the struct itself. I'm not sure I understand that, to be honest. I'm having a skill issue here. The same allocator must be used the entire lifetime. Initialize directly or with init capacity, and deinitialize with dinit or use toOwnSlice. So your parameter is type. So you could do like it will force you to pass the allocator every time you append. So it's in a so if I were to do that, let's look at diff list. So in here, wait, no, sorry, did that wrong. Right here, it would be like another parameter, right? The allocator here. So if I look at append, it would be allocator. Allocates more memory. Invalidates pointer if additional memory. So is this like a way to free up memory when, because look, I look how I clear it. This is how I clear it. So my renderer says literally in my renderer, I check the diff list, and then when I'm done processing it, I'm like, okay, I have what I need to do my rendering. Then I literally call this function from the front end, and then it just clears it. You're piling up the managed list. So an array list, a regular array list does not have a defined capacity, whereas a array it does. Okay, I'm having a skill issue, Deagle. I don't understand what the difference is between this and the array list, and why this is beneficial. Like, why is it beneficial to pass the allocator? They both grow the same. Okay. But the regular one stores the allocator. All right. I'm still not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. So you keep appending. And it keeps allocating. Okay, I think I'm starting to follow. And you have dead entities in there. I'm having a moment. Hang on. Because I'm trying to figure out Messy Brain is saying you'd have to iterate across the array list to free each element, not just the structure holding them. For what it's worth, but it also may be to put it until you hit the reason that it's needed. Well, here I think I'm missing the point, like the reason why I need it. That I think that's where I'm having trouble, because I don't mind letting this grow as much as I want. Even if I have to tell it that you now have a dead entity in there, that's fine, because I trust that my renderer will read this list and go, oh, there's a dead entity, I no longer have to render it. Then, like, watch. Let me just show you. Where's my DOM? Crap. Where's my DOM? DOM.js. Get over here. Yeah, diff list. Okay, so I get the diff list, right? I check what's in here. Oh, whatever. I have to render a new collision. Something the viewport changed. Oh no, I have to render my entity moved. Whatever, right? Okay, I'm done. This was a single animation frame. I've processed everything. Clear the diff list. Literally set everything to like the length to 0, which basically resets the size of this array list to nothing. So this is very short-lived. Okay, all right. Now dead entities, though. Jen, isn't that all? You said your Zig memory, so it shouldn't have to do. Well, I have to have. I can't rely on the renderer to know what the difference is between animation frames. There are like a very small set of things that the WebAssembly module, the WebAssembly game state should have mutable, because you don't want anyone else to be managing that. You want your game state to tell you what your diff list is. Your game state should be determining what functions are appropriate to put into the diff list. I mean, we're talking about Zig memory. The rendering, reading it doesn't have to do anything with Zig. No, it doesn't. Oh, it doesn't. No. The Zig memory, it manages the memory, right? It's just reading it and then it clearing it at the end to be clear. Otherwise, it would just stay forever appending. Like, I guess I could make the WebAssembly thing clear it every time you read get diff list. You could do that. Right. The only thing of concern to the arena is what Zig is doing, not how JS is reading it. And so I think I get what you might be saying with dead entities. But the diff list is not storing the entities. If an entity is dead, it's not staying in that array list. It would be stored in some kind of it would be stored in a different array list. So maybe the diff list is a red herring because that's what we're dealing with right now. But in reality, what would be happening is it'd be this. These entities. And you could have one. Where did it go? You could have one entity like this that's repeated several times because the world instantiates a bunch of them. They all have the same structure, like this, initial structure, but it's instantiated every time. And so I would have to have an array that loads all that because they're temporary. And then when you kill all the entities, then it would have to kill them. That's probably a better use case, right? The allocator, where the allocator is passed in, if you have a normal array and reuse it without deallocating, it's basically... But I am deallocating. I'm totally I'm deallocating right here. This sets the memory of array list to 0. I don't call free anywhere deagle, no. Okay, so the advantage of an arena is to never deallocate. That's the only difference. Then I'm not deallocating. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought initially. It was what when Chris came in and he's like, yeah, you have to free these up. I'm like, oh, it's probably the array list. The only one that's a red herring might be this one because I'm actually calling the length nothing. And I thought, oh, that's enough. It's the other ones that I'm not deallocating, which is probably causing the crash then. So, okay, so then Jen and Deagle, maybe you're right that even if it still keeps those entities in the heap. Okay, so my initial gut reaction when Chris was here was right. My current now changing reaction is wrong. And now we're back to maybe these should be arenas. Because then I don't have to worry about deallocating them potentially. Right? If I make these are the only 3. Yeah, this is it. This is the only time that allocators are used. Like, no, I swear. This I swear by the moon and the stars in the sky. Let me look at... Let's just look at allocator, okay? That's it. That's literally it. Everything else is static memory. Like, you know, as long, if you don't... Yeah, it's static. This is it. And we normally just null out the values instead of reducing the length. Yeah. You got to free all the elements, not just the structure that holds them. I think Arena makes that easy. That's what I'm thinking too. I think that's where this is... and difflist doesn't even actually hold the original values. It doesn't hold anything original. It only holds integer references to other arrays. So like if it literally goes like here, some kind of integer value to indicate that it's holding a collision update, whether it's an update or a remove, 0 or 1, and then what coordinate. So it's not even holding original. It doesn't even care. It doesn't even care what the entity data is or not. It's just like, go look over here and do whatever action I'm telling you to do. So the difflist is really simple. And same with the viewport. It's also only references. It doesn't hold any original data. It only holds... In grid 10, there is a reference to this entity. I have a number. You use this number. You go look up the current world entities, and it'll get you to the entity you want. And then either you're going to move it, you know, whatever, or you're going to get rid of it, you know, something like that. Debug is just debug. I don't care about debug, but this is literally it. So the only time where I think it makes sense is like when I do something like, yeah, it's holding a pointer. It's an integer pointer. It's just a raw integer pointer, not the original data. So let's say that internally, I'm going to load a world, right? Now, right now, that world is really simple, but like in the future, I'm going to also want to load entities in that world. And each entity might be a copy of a static, like, let's call it like a template entity, right? It's going to come and then it's going to go after like a certain action or the world goes away. So I'm expecting the allocator is holding some pointer references and rolling forward, even though you reset the length, the memory pointer doesn't reset. It's not even a memory pointer. It's not even a memory pointer. I'm literally just numbers. Not even a memory pointer. It's just numbers. Same with the viewport. It's just numbers. No memory pointers. And then in my, when I have world data and I load a world, I would go get me an entity. I don't know, where are my entities here? Like, yeah, like this, go get me an entity. And then copy this data. You know, how we're going to add more data here, you know, stuff like that. Copy it and then put it into like a world data array, you know, entities. And then it'd be like entity data, which is just a duplicate or like copy of static entity dumb thing .zig, you know, whatever, right? So you can't, it's a little bit deep copy. Yeah. So RVice, it's, when you say pointer, I'm literally thinking of pointer, which you would then refer to pointer, right? But I'm just storing a number, which low key points to another place, another array, that you can then use that number to know exactly where something lives in that array. So you can think about diff list as like containing, it could potentially contain like world data on an integer number, and then you'd go world data array. So if I remove an entity, then I would go to world data array entity index, and then I would null it. So I'm thinking like this is where world data array comes into the arena allocator world, because I don't think these are good use cases for it. Oh, Jason, I'm sorry I didn't see you pop by on YouTube. Deep in conversation here. Hey, Zaro. So whatever is trying to access that entity needs to check for null? Whatever is trying to access that entity needs to check for null? I think because it might be, yeah, I see what you're saying, Altraz. No, it's okay, RVice, it's okay. I'm just realizing I ignored a comment, not really on purpose. I put it on delay. Someone was saying maybe I should put a pin on it, which, you know, normally is probably good advice, but my concern here is that if I keep going too far with this, thanks, Chiller. then I'm going to get deep into some kind of structures that I'm going to have to like spend a lot of time destructuring later if I don't think about them now. I gotta go sleep. Thanks for getting me going with Zig and Wasm, running through some examples. Later, dudes. Yeah, Chiller, you have a good night, man. Thanks for being here. So probably world data would be a good arena allocator, because world data will probably change. Yeah, like in here, this is just an integer value. 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 They're not pointers. They're not the original data that they, let's call it reference. It's literally just, but they are, yeah, they're in the diff list. Yes. And then I read that as a flat array, and I know that if I see the collision integer, yeah, I know our vice. But they are on the heap before that. No. Nope. This is an enum, which I convert to an integer on the fly. This is just a raw 0 or 1. And then this x and y come in from the JavaScript parameters. Because the editor would say, like the editor would know where to add the collision in this case. Let me see let me see anywhere else. Let's see. No. Oh, come on. Here. Difflist dot append. So that comes from the parameter. That comes from an enum. I don't have debug info on the crash. I haven't got that far. These are generated on the fly. These are indexes which live within this function. No, within this parameter. Yeah, that's it. So I'm generating these numbers directly from enums. Now, viewport data though. Okay. Let's look. Yeah, we initialize it. We append a value. So this is appending a value that comes from the world data here. I can't append locals. I am. I am. It's working. The diff list is all working. The diff list is working like great. Including like int from enum, the xy from the parameters. It's working great. I've had 0 issues with the diff list. Well, I've never had a problem with the diff list. So if there is a problem and I'm using it incorrectly, I don't know where it is. Because it's even the viewport data is working correctly because it renders everything. I've tested everything and it renders it every single time. Yeah, all of this because of the co-creator. It's hard to do a memory profiler in WebAssembly. Append is just a pointer to the value. Oh no. That's it. I should do a... Okay, hang on. Hang on, guys. Hang on. Because you guys are crazy. You realize that I'm compiling to WebAssembly. There might be some things I cannot do. All right, let's go over here. Let me move it to here. Item T, new pointer to the item. All right. So confirmed, Deagle, great find. Great find. Okay. As a matter of fact, you're gonna get what adjective gets. All right. You get to be a VIP because that's a great find, because I didn't know that. First of all. Second of all, that totally now makes sense. I don't know, Altraz, what you mean by a reference counter in the re. Arenas don't usually have a GC. They just have a defragmentation. That's why array list unmanaged is the way. All right. So it allocates the value when appending. I hear you. I think I get it now. I would just like to, not because I don't believe you, but because it helps. Oh crap. Because it helps me understand. I think I've actually seen this file. No, never mind. All right. Really? Deagle, sorry I was wrong. New item pointer is a copy? Is that what it's... Oh, it is. Extend the list by an element. Allocates more memory as necessary. Invalidates pointers if additional memories... Yeah, the appends pile up. And then I clear them. With this. I think. And the reason why I think that is I guess not. I don't know where I got that from, but I probably should write a test for this. Is probably what I should do. Yeah. So I could do like debug.dinit, but then I would have to reallocate in order to use them again. And I don't really have a way to tell what their size. I don't know how big the debug is going to be, right? Yeah, I think maybe I just need to do this. Maybe I just need to double down and de-init these. Detect a leak. Here. One test leaked. Missing defer list dinit. This is what I'm using. I'm actually using this. Yeah, I'm causing a memory leak. I can okay, so I can actually just copy this. Okay, we can run a test right now. We can actually run a test right now. No, Jordan. No, that's not what's happening. I'm not, at least not right now. That's not what I'm doing. Okay. What if... Okay. And then I try and build it. Oh, no. Yeah, I screwed that up. I shouldn't... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, no, I'm doing that right. Why are you being this way, Zig? I need to test. Yeah, like this. Okay. Yeah. This is leaking for sure. And then if I go up here and I comment this out, it'll pass the test now. Yeah, okay. So I'm leaking because I'm not... Even this is not working. Confirmed. Size of? Yeah, but I think my test here proved the point. And then I don't have to... The problem with size of is that I would have to have a function that JavaScript calls, and then I would have to compile it, then I'd have to run it, then I'd have to call the function, run something, call the function again, and then like get it to print it out on the console. This test was easier. It would deallocate. Okay, so arena for the diff list, it would deallocate all the things you appended. All right, so let's have a look here. So here's the arena allocator. Yeah, and then we would defer it. Is that... I think I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. So in this case, when I'm using like this, the general purpose allocator, when I deinitialize it, then I have to reinitialize with the allocator again, and it would be like some undetermined. It would be like some undetermined length, right? But then what would happen with the arena allocator is that it would free the memory, but I would still keep their allocation and I could reuse it. You're not calling GPA.free for everything. It's okay, Ultras. I'm just having a hard time. I'm struggling with, like, what's the difference? What's the difference if I'm deinitializing and reallocating here? Sure, I'll show you the diff list. Like, the only way... I mean, the array list in it? Sure. Here. Right here. All right, let's just do it. I don't know where this is going exactly, but let's just do it. I would have to do this. I think I have to import it, right? Like, I have to have an arena allocator. This is the GPA allocator. Yeah, I have to do the same thing as here. And then pass in the allocator like this. Okay, so if I copy all this stuff, sure. And then I would have to call this arena allocator. And then I would have to pass in, like, let me just pass it in here. I won't pass it into anywhere else, right? Let's just keep it contained, okay? So now first of all, let me run the test. Let's just see if the test picks up. Okay, test is fine. Let me build. Build is fine. Now, dinit wherever you want to free the diff list. So it would be not in here. It would be here. No, sorry. It'd be up here. Because when I clear the diff list, I just want to do that. It's a build. All right, now, right now, it will dinit at end of the scope where you pasted dinit. Yeah. Okay. I think I follow. It's not clearing it. You can see the length. It's constantly checking the diff list and there's something in there. Oh, that scope never okay. Yeah, so I have it backwards in my head. So I would call is it arena dnet? Okay, so then I would have to make the I'd have to make these. Right. So should I take it out of here then? Because this is also, this would also deinitialize. Like if I take it out of here and then move it. It should be where you want to clear it, which is right here. I want to clear it here. Like this, essentially. I don't want to clear the diff list unless this function is called. All right. Yeah, I am calling clear diff list. Here. Right here. Clear diff list. At the end of when I go through to see if where in main? There is no main. Assembly doesn't have main. WebAssembly doesn't have main. I'm not I'm not calling it in like anywhere here. This is my init game. It runs on initialize, like the JavaScript render calls it when it's ready to go. When JavaScript is ready to go and render the game, it calls this function. Yeah, so I was thinking all I would do is take these out and just put them crap. I put them here. And then they're global. Defer, clear, and I can defer the entire function. I didn't know that. Okay, let's see. No, it's not clearing. Do I... maybe take out the defer? No, I didn't call arena. I didn't call arena reset because you said or arena reset. So I've been using dinit here on the clear diff list function. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing DNet right here. TTV, Godless, hello. I hope you're doing well, Godless. Let me know how you got here. I'm curious. What am I working on? I'm working on a video game. And we're having trouble with memory allocation. I'm building it in Zig, which I compiled to WebAssembly, which I then load onto the browser. And then I render with DOM HTML. If you're TTV, if you're a programmer, I can get into it a bit deeper. But it's currently broken right now because chat is derailing me with memory allocation. They don't know what they're doing. They're completely lost. And if you think I know what I'm doing, then you don't know me very well. Okay, Deagle. Listen, buddy, pal. These functions don't last forever. This is WebAssembly. This isn't your typical C with typical C calling conventions, all right? These are not long-running functions. These are fire and forget functions. Your WebAssembly memory is altered by these functions. So when I call init game and then I return true at the end because it's been initialized, that's it. Then it's up to my JavaScript renderer to call clear diff list when it checks the diff list. So where the heck am I supposed to defer it? I don't know. I don't really need... Reset is what you want to call if you want to keep the allocator alive. And I think you want to do that. You don't want to do that until you tear down the game. Maybe at the start of the function where you call clear, which is right here. Well, TTV. I mean, if you're into UX UI, if Alice is here, she's into that too. You could chat with her. And also, if you want to get scared, this is my editor UI. So, you know, I'm not the best person to talk about UI UX, but if you want to practice some game editor UI, you know. Now, if you want to get... Oh, no, Ayla's here. Yeah, I don't know if... yeah, I guess Alice isn't here. But usually TTV, it's... I'm pretty sure. Because you intend to reuse difflist, right? That's the point of switching to Arena. You didn't want to tear down the heap space and rebuild it every time you rebuild the diff list, right? Yeah, I don't... Right, I want to keep it alive. That's right. I don't... Because then if I'm doing that, then I have to have another function that JavaScript calls, or in here even, that reinitializes it immediately. This has to be... This diff list needs to be immediately available. Because I think deinit tears down the whole memory space. You just want to reset it. So you and Deagle are saying the same thing. All right. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. When tearing down the app. Got it, Vice. All right. So I'm missing an argument. Where's my... Here. Oh, is it this? Yeah, okay. Because you're trying not to care. Like, you don't really care about the result. You just want to do it. No, I think Zig is telling me that there's something that needs to go in the reset. Reset. Oh, the struct? There's no struct. It's a U16. It's just U16 values. It's like this? Is that what it wants? No, I don't think so. Heap arena, expected type allocator. Does it want arena? Oh, like this, like it's an enum. Is it really an enum? Dot reset mode. Okay, so then if it's an enum, then it would just be it would be like this: arena allocator, and then it would be dot reset mode. I think. I mean, Zig is kind of trying to help me out here. Thanks, TTV. Yeah, sorry, we're kind of deep in something else. But if you follow and keep an eye out, we're going to be doing some UI stuff inevitably. So look up reset. Okay. I'll do that in a sec. There, Deagle. Hang on. Thanks, TTV. I promise you'll get a UI fix. I promise. No member name. Oh, that's Copilot. Yeah, it shouldn't be there. If this doesn't work, I'll just go look it up. Yeah, okay. Zig reset mode. Let's see. STD heap arena allocator. That is what I'm doing. That is what I'm doing. The values? Oh, wants the value of the enum, not just the enum itself. Hang on, I gotta check something here. All right, you gotta learn Zig. Okay, let me go have a look here. Where STD keep arena allocator reset mode reset mode, which is a bool. Oh, I get it now. It's now I get what you're saying. free all, retain capacity, retain. Now I get. Sorry. All right. Well, this is my skill issue then. This in particular, but still. So it's a struct. That's what Deagle's trying to say. It's a struct, and so you could go like no braces. So really, just the value. Okay, yeah. A union of fields, though. Reset mode is a union of fields, though. I had it. Like this? Or retain capacity. Son of a... Holy crap. Do I feel like... What? For Fuming Max. Fuming Max, thank you for the follow. You've been here for 2 minutes and I didn't get your follow. I appreciate it. Please say hi if you're here. If not, thanks for the follow anyway. And now I don't understand. I don't understand why people pay me to code because this is killing me. Anyways, this built. All right, this built. So let's try it out. Oh, come on. Nope. Yeah, Jen. I mean, that's kind of why I'm doing this, right? It's because this stuff is not supposed to be easy. I'm doing the hard stuff on purpose. And you know, I'm like a dog with a bone. I'm not letting go. This is what we're going to struggle with, and at the end, we're all going to feel like holy crap. You can print the arena size. See, so now I don't need to print the arena size. I don't need to print it. I know that it's not clearing it because on every game loop I have the diff list and it's returning to me the same diff list as what I started with. It's clear that it's not clearing. Look, my diff is going to be my entity moved from this position to this position. Did I clear the list? I'm resetting. Is that not clearing? I thought that's what we were doing. I'm not re-adding the previous things. Arena reset is not the list. The only reasonable place Altaraz, damn it. The only really reasonable place that I can clear and my reset argument is wrong? So, what? DNit? No. I'm not sure if deinit actually clears the list, though. I guess I would have to ask that. I mean, it clearly doesn't because it's still not working anyway. So deinit can't be the right one. So will I clear the list? You want me to like what? Like set values to 0? Clear retaining capacity. Man, my tab list is getting bigger. All right. All right. I did it. I had 0 help from anyone. I did it. No one can take credit for this. It worked. It worked. You can see that I'm constantly checking the I'm constantly checking the I walked away from my chair, Deagle. Yes, it worked. I walked away from my chair because after all that frustration, and you know the frustration is not from you, Deagle. The frustration is from me not understanding what the hell is going on. So can I take a minute, please, and like understand this, because yeah. Look, I clear retaining capacity, but the list is not the allocator. The arena is the allocator. So the list retains its capacity when I clear it. The list holds pointers to values in the allocator. So you clear. And you retain the capacity. Right. Right. I think I'm just being silent because this has taken me a hot minute. I'm getting frustrated with myself because I should be able to. Okay. Here. You know what, guys? Here. Let's sort this out. Let's sort this out. Here is an allocator. All right, here's an allocator. No. Here are diff lists. No, I'm not watching a YouTube video. Go away. Okay, so these are the let's say that, or array lists. I'm sorry, not diff lists. These are array lists. Okay. Now, in these array lists, you're going to have like an array, an array of values. Whatever, and it goes on for however long. Because you're going to fill them up. The values in here, let's make just tiny triangles. Okay, so they're gonna have values. Now, what's happening is that when you're adding the values in here, and then you're saying clear retaining capacity, you're taking these things and you're clearing them. They go away. But the number of available slots. Okay, so that right. I'm glad I'm doing this. Because I don't think this seems right, and that's why I'm doing it. Help us out, Deagle. The heap is one box. Retaining preserves allocated memory but reduces the capacity. Arena.reset deallocates. When you append, the value gets allocated using the allocator you gave to the array list. Hey Papa Owl, good morning. Glad to see you here. But it doesn't go into the array list. It's a pointer to the value. Hey Devon Dre, thank you for the follow. If you're here, please say hi, even though we're deep into a coding session, but at least say hi. If you're just doing a flyby follow, thank you. Okay. I'm thinking of the array as like slots. Available slots. And to me, when I initialize in that init game function, when I initialize the array, it's just a list of pointers, right? It starts with nothing. The size of the array is nothing. Then I go append, and then it adds a slot for every append that I run. Every append that I run is really just a pointer to one of these guys. Oh. The array is mapped onto the memory region provided by the allocator. It allocates the value on the heap. That guy also gets allocated. It's reallocated when you exceed its memory reserve. Okay. I'm just thinking this through. I just want to make sure I got it. Vectors 101, yeah. Array list is just a vector, yeah. So it in essence what you're doing is you're creating kind of like two sets of two sets of memory in a sense. you have to have a place to store what you're going to store, and then you have to have a place to have a value. And the pointer just crosses that bridge. And so there's two actions that have to be required. And if you do only one action, if you only remove the place where the value has to live, or you only remove the place where the pointer would live, you're leaving something hanging. That's the dangling part. You're leaving something dangling. That's why you need both. Because what you're saying is, hey, array, right? What you're saying is, hey, array, you don't need to, like, there's nothing anymore, right? Like, you don't need to have references to anything, so just clear this guy. And then you go to the heap and you say, hey, heap, all the values that you were, like, storing for me for this array, you can just get rid of them. We're not referencing them anymore. And if you don't do both, then either this stays, either the array list stays, or the heap stays. Like, the values in the heap stay. And then you have a memory leak. And in this case, like, a silent memory leak, I think. What I'm curious about, deallocating memory doesn't. What I'm curious about is not resetting the array list. That seems to me is that the array list is being reallocated over the same memory and essentially looking at stale data, which made it appear to be unchanged. Reallocating may not null the memory. Then you'll append to the end of it. Jordan, I don't want to use a big size because I don't want to have a big size sitting around when it's usually the case that the size is small. Like, I want to keep clear is basically length equals 0. Yeah. That, which is what I was doing initially, right at the top of the clear diff list function, right here. You were doing a write once, read many sort of operation. Even though you reset the allocator, your array list was still a pointer to something that didn't have an opportunity to be corrupted by something else. Right. So even though even though here I was getting the same output from my WebAssembly module where I would make a change, right? I'd move the entity, and there's only one entry in the diff list. Using this, what was really happening is that when I was reading the diff list again, the diff list was just not returning to me anything. It was a red herring. It was a fake. It was a false positive. It was telling me that there was nothing there because I was clearing only, like, I guess you could say I was clearing only references to the values, but the values did actually exist. It's just that when I ask diff list, it's like, I don't know. Right. The values are there, but the diff list is like, yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what you're talking about. You're clear. But then the allocator is like, what are you talking about? I still have values. And so I have a dangling set of values, which just continuously grow, and then the thing crashes. So I kind of tricked myself by putting length equals 0 and making it seem like there was nothing there. And my brain just went, oh, there's nothing there. Diff list is telling me there's nothing there. Just like right now, clearly the job is done. And then I walked away. And now we've spent an hour and a half or whatever. Okay, well, I learned something extremely important, and that's why I wanted to tackle this. This was hard, but it's important. The allocator has to keep a pointer to where the next item is. It's basically an array list, but for memory addresses. Right, so the allocator has to say like, well, like even if I set the length to 0, resetting the allocator is the same as resetting the array list. You reset your starting point and overwrite state memory. Right. So it was retaining, like the allocator is saying a diff list your n length. But this line that I'm at right now is tricking me and telling me, no, Spiro, don't worry, the length is 0. It's not actually 0. And so then when I append it again, I'm just really expanding the allocator's like kind of like pointer, or like what the allocator thinks of the diff list. I'm expanding that and never clearing that. Which is literally the word dangling. Okay, I think I get it. I think I've spent enough. I think I'm understanding that there's two things at play going on here. The list is just a struct on the heap that stores references, right? The allocator only marches forward when you want a new memory space, which is every time the array list internally says, hey, give me memory space. I need to, right. Well, this is just a struct on the heap that stores references and manages them. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm clearing one, I'm not clearing the other, because the allocator assists, the allocator needs to store the actual values of those references. Like the heap has to have, like, otherwise, yeah, because otherwise what the hell is this list referencing, right? So to me, you know the way that I was seeing it in my brain with this, I was way too simplified. And I can understand like why memory allocation is hard and why it's done this way when it comes to like, computational things. I get it, but just my brain thinks too simply, and it goes, oh, I have an array list. Perfect. It's literally just like an array list in a vacuum. It's just itself. It just exists in a vacuum. And then all of these, all you're doing is you're just allocating like little sections of this vacuum. Let's get rid of this stupid thing. And you're giving it like just, hey, in this container box, you have so many spots. And then as long as I don't have any memory pointers and I just pass it integer values, then they just live here in a vacuum by themselves. Nothing else is going on. I didn't consider the allocator at all. I didn't consider the fact that the values do have to live somewhere, because an array list is just a pointer to it. So I was taking it like I was reading it too simply. Anyway, okay, thank you for like struggling through that with me. That took me way too long. Way too long. But I'm glad we got there. So now what I can do, and now that I know that, is I can go ahead and deal with like I can deal with doing the viewport data this way, essentially. Like, more or less. Over here. And I can do the same thing with my debug. See, I'm doing it here with debug. I could do it like right now. Now, the thing is that how many games have I made, Jordan? Are you... Listen, Jordan, okay? I'm not going to answer that because the answer is embarrassing. And as long as I don't say it out loud, I don't have to embarrass myself. Yeah, 2 counters, resetting one, not the other. They need to be synced for your array list to be in sync with the memory it's mapped to. Right. Unless it all gets cleared at the same time. I would use different arenas, right? Exactly what I was... Yeah, exactly what I was just going to say is I just copied this, but I actually need a different arena here because this happens differently, like at a different time. So, I can just assume I could call it something like debug arena. And then I can go up here and it'd be like debug arena. And then I can just pass debug allocator. Wasm does not have threads. 0 issues. We're back. How many bytes is an entity? I imagine 128 bytes is max, but maybe each entity has inventory with 48 byte items. I would probably do the same thing where I would just store an integer value to an item, and then I would store only diff mods, like if there are mods to the item. So it'd be an initial static item data, and then it'd be an array of those, and then I would reference that with an integer value, and then I would optionally store any modifications that are currently active for that entity for any given reason. So I'm not going to be duplicating entities in full, and I might even do the same. Sorry, I'm not going to be duplicating items in full, and I might even do the same with entities, where I only store the diff and not the full entity, because I might not always need to. I haven't thought about it that far ahead. So then same with my viewport data, because my viewport data changes only on certain things. Hey, Ayalisa, how you doing? Hey, Ayalisa, I'm gonna send you a Discord invite. Because you should be involved, and then I'm gonna make you a mod over there. Okay, Elisa, just so you know that's happening right now. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. There would be a flags field that has a subfield for the entity type, and it tells you which base info to use, and you only store the stuff that overwrites the base. Yeah. Does this mean that a long game makes a lot of diffs? MK, that's a good question. Yeah, Jordan, I think MK gets it. But I think that's still a valid question, because what if I have a long running base something, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and the amount of diffs gets bigger. And I'm trying to think of, like, in my current game, where would I have such a thing? Like, I'm trying to come up with a good example to, like, prove that MK has a point. So what I'm trying to do, actually, so maybe let me walk through this, like, just right now, what's going on in my head. So, like, MK is making a point here, right? What if I have a base entity with some default values, and then I need to store the diff of just a small subset of those values, and I point to the base entity, and then I say, you know what, like, health is like 20 instead of 10, and that's the only diff that I care about. Or maybe it's an item, right? The item's base attack is 10, and, you know, I just want to make it 20 because whenever a certain character holds it. Is it possible that as the game continues on, you have such a big set of those diffs because so many things are happening? I think that's what MK is asking. And I'm trying to think about the game, like here, and trying to think of an instance where I would have a big list of differences between between a base set of values and the differences. So I'm literally just going through, like, you know, visually mentalizing the game and saying, like, when in this game would I have a long running thing? Later on, you have to load and unload resources. I don't know, maybe Altraz, maybe. Depends on your feature set. If you add a new skill system and an entity needs a new field, that must override the base, which now has a null field. What does your diff key off of? Is that the deltas from the starting state of the game, or is it just the delta from the last turn? Just from the last time the renderer has said, I've checked the diff list, Arvice. So the renderer on the front end, the JavaScript stuff, will say, hey, what's my diff list? At the beginning, it'll be nothing. Then an entity moves, then the diff list is the entity moved. Then the renderer moves the entity in the renderer, and then it says clear diff list because it's done. It did what the diff list told the renderer to do. Now your diff list is back to 0 until something else happens, whether it's automatically or by an action or whatever it is. I like ECS and SOA because you don't need to resize everything if you add new fields. You just make a new array and you use the indices to refer to entities as usual. MK, you think it's a non-issue? I'm struggling with finding things in the game where I would not just alter either the base, like, static values, or my diff list would get so long because there's so much going on with it, with some individual thing. Yeah, I mean, I at least for the diff list, I clear it every frame render, right? It's driven by the renderer. When the renderer has completed everything that's in the diff list and said, yes, I realize that an entity moved from this position to this position. I realize that, I don't know, something's loaded or whatever. Once the renderer is done with all that, then it clears it. So what can happen in one event is whatever can happen in one animation frame, which honestly is not a lot. But look, like MK, you still have a point, which is along the lines of, what about an item? What about let me pull it up, okay? Let me pull it up. Not the battle. Let me go back. I still need a source of truth, right? Come on, just bear with me. I'm sorry. Build ships. I guess it's not. Okay, look. No, I'll go back to the other one that had a bit more details. It's down here. Okay. So each one of these ships, has its own set of initial stats. Yeah, so then what's going to happen, right? It's an initial stat. Then what's going to happen is I'm going to go to the ship builder. I'm going to walk here. I'm going to walk into this little place here, right? And I'm going to go tell the shipbuilder, I would like for you to build me a new ship. And it's going to be like one of these, please. And then I would like to make some adjustments. I want to use better wood. So that's a modification to the base value. I would like to have 10 cannon ports instead of the default 5. I would like to have a crew space of 20 instead of 30. I would like to have cargo space of 5 instead of 10. So you start with the source of Deagle, like you're saying, you start with the source of truth and then you make a modification. Now, not only do I, as the player, get to make modifications to the ships, and fortunately there's an upper bound and an initial bound and an upper bound for the modifications you can make, generally speaking. But so can other captains in the world, because each one of these fleets is represented by an NPC. And in this particular game, you can't kill them. Once you kill them, they just end up at the local bar and you can go and try and hire them. But their ships are gone. And their ships also have alterations, because some pirates are richer because they're pirates, and so they can afford better ships, which means that their base ships will have its base ships plus better, material, better space, all of that stuff, right? So MK, your question is valid in a long-running process where this is not render-based, this is game-based, this is statistics-based. How big would this get? How many diffs am I tracking here? So really, I only have the way that I'm thinking about it is I only have two choices. I either duplicate the base array values, right? So I would have a base array, kind of like what I have for a base player array or a base image array. Just imagine that it's a base ship array of data. I duplicate it per ship created for me, for the other captains, etc. I modify those values. When the ship is destroyed, which could be a long time, I can destroy those values, and then you have to start again from base when you create a new ship, which means I would have to delete that duplicated modified array. The other way I could do it is reference the base and store only the modified values. And then the final, there's a third way. There's a third way. Yeah. Okay, so let's say we have a ship. Okay, and then it's got an array of default values. So it's like cargo space, cannon slots. Damn it. Of course I picked the exact wrong size. It's just like me. Cannon slots, and then like wood strength. No degen jokes, okay? Wood strength, all right? No degen jokes. Okay, so that's your default ship array. So I have three choices. One, I literally copy. Copy default ship array. And then these would be these would get modified. So for every ship I create in the world, you would just modify these values. And then you'd have to clear them individually. The other is you'd have a second array. a ships array. Store ships as structs and allocate size of struct. Hey Nate, nice to see you here. Thanks for popping in. It was good to see you earlier. Thanks for saying hi. An array list of pointers of structs. Okay, so this would be right. So this would be a ships array where I would go like point to the default like array, and then you would store diffed modified values. So the ships array would still be a flat array where the first index. Let's just do one. Where the first index of the array points to the base. I'll get to the structs in a second. Okay. Because it's kind of the same principle anyway, I think. So the first, in the ships array, you'd have the first index. Let's say it's just one ship for now. It points to the array that holds the base values, and then you'd hold an array of modified values. Okay, that's the other way. Now, then the question is, what's modifying these values, right? And usually, that's probably some kind of item. And there's an array of items. And it's the application of those items to the base that makes the modification. So you could... hang on, I got to get through this before I read all the chats, but I promise I will read it. So the third way is you point to the initial ship, but then each one of these is an item reference, an integer. It's just an integer to an array of items. The downside to this being you'd have to calculate the diff every time you ask for a ship. You'd have to like pull the item, put it together like every single time, and then calculate the diff. Okay, now let me read what you're saying with the structs. I would use structs for entities and then organize them. I think the idea of storing modifications will get difficult. Why not just store the latest state of the property? If I store the latest state of the property, that would mean I would just duplicate the base state and just store the duplicated state, and that just becomes my entity. So it's just my base state is just source of truth, like you were saying. And then struct ship, the alter-as, yeah, you would need to store your persistent current values. You can generate diffs from that to feed the render. That is one way I could do it. I think I know what you're thinking about right now. I've been there. You have to store a list of references to your active objects somehow. Right, because what's going to happen is... So I'm going to put a pause again on reading your chats, okay? What happens is, let's say that I decide to take an item off the ship. Right, then it alters the number of cannons that the ship has, as an example. Or if I take an item off the ship, then it alters the health of the ship. Maybe it puts it back to the default, maybe not. So I can't just store just this and duplicate it. I have to store this plus then follow it up with what items are in you, you know, which is really just this array over here, or this struct or whatever, plus an additional, some additional space for number of items you can carry and references to what they are. Okay, let me keep reading. You can't just instantiate those values and expect them to exist in the ether. Right? You need an array for ship presets and ship entities. Personally, I think I'd instance new ships as copies of the original, then mutate the latest state of each struct with the diffs. Yes, ships have properties like position, health, ammo, whether they're using what kind of timber that you use to make them, things like that. You alter the entity. Instance a ship struct on the heap and point to it inside a list. Then update the state of those instance structs. So I would do what you're thinking of is let me just do it up here. Be const ship equals struct, and then I don't know, health, whatever, and then, etc. And then here. And then it would be ship array list is equal to whatever the array list dot init allocator, and then you go ship array list dot append, something like that, right? And then in your struct, you would have what I'm trying to read while I go here. So make an init and methods for mutation, right? And so you'd go here init, and it'd be I think you have to go I can't remember now, self or whatever whatever it is, and then you'd set it that sets. Okay, now your base value is this, right? And then you'd have something add item, and then it'd be an item, and you'd put it in the items, which is maybe an array of whatever, however long, right? However, I don't know, whatever, however long. You can only the ship can only carry 32 items max, no matter how far you go. You could just set it like that. Then you go self dot items dot append item, and then somewhere in add item, right, you would do update stats because you added an item, right? And it would be within, oops, oh crap. Hang on, let me get back. What are you doing? Thank you. Okay, so in here it would be self dot update stats, right? And then it'd be update stats, whatever, and then your iterate over items, let's say, and then if item equals timber good, self dot health plus equals 200. I'm kind of doing OOP kind of a little bit. I'm doing really quick pseudocode, right? And then you would go when you want to it's not OO because structs are just data, not data with functions. Would you care to repeat? Okay. So it'd be something let me just fix the, something like this. Just the general idea would be like this, and then you could do if you're going to allocate, you would just create a new ship, right? Say because you have a new ship, and you can just go yes, Jordan, you can turn down your sound. It could be like this. Literally, that's how you instantiate a new instance from your struct. like that. And then you would you'd go new ship. There you go. I know. I appreciate it, Jordan. I appreciate it. But also, what is it? You can also have a DINIT method. I can map over the list like an ECS setup. Okay, now DINIT method could free the value granularly. Wait. This is now you've lost me again, Deagle. Yeah, I'm blowing away the arena. That's right. When this ship gets destroyed, everything needs to go. Any modifications, this whole new ship needs to go. How am I going to do that inside of itself? Like, do structs have a D in it? Is that what you mean? Like structs by nature and Zig have a D in it? Store a pointer to its allocate. Oh. When you init, you would pass like whatever allocator, whatever the heck that is. I think it's actually like this. Self dot allocator, something along those lines. And then you'd call self dot allocator. I think Copilot wants me to do this, but I don't think that's right. It's okay, AK. Have a good night. You got this, man. Self dot allocator dot whatever dinit or something. Yeah, definitely the syntax is off. I'm doing super hack. This is basically pseudocode. It'd be like allocator free. That's alter as cs.github.com. Sure. Alter as, that's what I was thinking, is that I would destroy the object from the array list here. I would iterate the array list potentially, especially if I know the index of which ship is getting destroyed, and I would destroy it from here somehow. But yeah. That won't destroy it. It'll still, right. I'm just doing the .lang thing again, aren't I? Yeah. I'm just Hang on, let me see what Papa Owl said. Self.allocator.free. Self. Yeah, that I think that seems more like free.items does not seem correct. It would be more like this. An allocator, right, would have to be std dot those that damn STDs. It'd be whatever it is. Self.allocator free self, yeah. Don't take the, oh right, because these are yeah. There, data face. Here, format it. Yeah, Alteraz, I know, right? Yeah. Main. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So close. Like this is close to how it would be. Okay, I think I follow here. So then what I would do is I could go like yeah, sure. And then I could just deinit it like that. How would I deinit? Consider where your game logic code will be located. It won't be inside the struct anyway. So if you're going to call a kill ship function, you might as well tear down the reference then. If I'm, look, okay, hang on. If I'm going to call a kill ship function, I'm going to use it. I'm going to call it like ship index. Ryan? No. Yeah, it's an index to the array. Hi, Ryan. Right? I wouldn't call a kill ship function to the item directly. Because in the renderer, even if I'm look, get ship index, right? In the renderer, I'm just dealing with integer pointers to flat arrays, and it would literally be like a ship array list. So whenever I wanted to get the entire set of ships, something along these lines, and that would tell me the location of all the ships array in the memory, and then I would just read however many. What's the length of my ships array? Right, call that. think you will be calling your game logic in a global scope and passing in the pointers for just about everything. And by pointers, we just mean integers to indexes in an array. If that's the case, you can dereference that index and free that chip's location in memory, if that makes sense. Which is, I think that's what Copilot did for me here, right here. It sets it to undefined, and I can just uncomment or comment this out. This is not right. And if you do a take damage and a ship should be destroyed, destroy it in that global scope with a ship pointer. And at the same time, build your diff event to feed the renderer. Okay, but I can't have the indexes are to an array that point to structures in memory, so you can use those pointers to free the ships instead of having the ships dealloc themselves. Yeah, this is why I would have kill ship here. Because I'm doing, it's like something that is external is telling me to kill this ship with an index of whatever in this array. And then WebAssembly deals with how do I kill it. Do I call the dinit? Do I set it to undefined? Do I, whatever, right? The WebAssembly should be responsible for killing the ship. The JavaScript should not be responsible, and maybe even the struct shouldn't be responsible. That's debatable. Deal says I should get a basic ship struct working first, then worry about enhancing. This is why I didn't want to use structs, you guys. No, there is a way around it. There's absolutely a way around it. Would you like to know how to get around structs? It's just flat arrays all the way through. I don't need to even consider a struct and doing weird things with structs and self-deinitializing structs. It's literally a flat array. It's an array of an array. Big deal. I'll tell you what's in the array. Let's say we do. Let's just say we do 2. Or however long. You know how I tell what's in here? Structs are going to help you manage the logic better through abstraction. You don't want to be trying to tie together array indices to build the abstract concept that a struct does for you. Yeah, but structs come with other headaches, including their sizing, which, by the way, I can't always control in Zig because of WebAssembly. If you try and get like the size of a struct for any given struct, it could be anything. Like array ship fuel, array ship health, array ship items, where each index in each array references the same ship abstractly, is a total nightmare. No, I don't need to have those arrays. What are you talking about? Why do I need to have a ship fuel array, a ship health array, and a ship items array? Yeah, it should be static based on its member declarations. But then when I start adding functions, it stops becoming the static for some reason. Especially with what WebAssembly does weird stuff. Okay, you're gonna have to sell me on this. Okay, because here, I know it keeps everything nice and contained. Okay, I get it. It looks neater to you because it's more just to organize. I don't need organization with a struct. Like you're not telling me ship 27 get health. Oh, okay. What? Aside from structs look nicer, what's the difference? How else do I manage this data? The same way that I'm going to manage structs. There's going to be a list of ships. Okay, there's a list of ships, and either this array list. Hang on, you guys, holy crap. Am I stupid here? Listen. How do you get and set their properties? Oh my god, what am I not explaining right here? Okay. Can we agree that one way or another? Okay. Not from you, Ryan. One way or another, I need an array of structs, or I need an array of arrays. Ultimately, I need an array of ships. Can we get an agreement on that, please? Okay, so now, right. So now the question is, what should go in that array of ships? And what we're arguing about, yes, Papa, I know that's not the point, okay? What we're arguing about is what goes in there. And the argument is make a struct or have an array. Either way, can we now agree that the next step is that whatever is in that array is going to hold the information of individual ships? Are we okay so far? Whether they're structs or arrays or whatever you want to call them, that array has to hold the information, or at least a reference to the information. Okay. So now it comes down to, what does that information look like? Yeah, Deagle, I know you're saying each ship should be a struct. I know that's what you're saying. That's what we're arguing about, okay? So ultimately, right, I can have I'm not exactly sure how to do it in Zig, but it would be new array duplicate of like initial ship array. And then somehow I just duplicate this initial array. Okay, well, however you do it in Zig. Okay, so there's my new ship. I add it to the array, and then I have a global function. And I just pass the index, and the function deals with it for me. Why do I need a struct? Yes, Deagle. Okay, again, why is a struct better? What is the functional difference, not the look and feels difference? Look, guys, I'm not arguing. I even agree with you. Yeah, so does my array. My array holds my state of... How is this duplicate not a state of this ship? I created a new ship from an initial array, and then when I attack the ship, right? It just it does the health thing. It just down here, right? Health -1. How is that not a ship state in an array version? I agree with you that this feels nicer. It looks nicer, you know. I know, but I have mocked it up. I have. It's an array of an array. A struct holds the state of the ship. An array holds the state of the ship. You can modify the duplicated array, right? It's just another array. You just modify the values, right? You pass in the enum, right? And this is how you know which which deep array index is which for the ship, and then this is how you know which outer array index is for that, and I'm modifying the health. No, you can't have methods. Guys, you're not getting what I'm asking. Okay, I'm going to have to edit multiple arrays per ship. I get it. I get it. What is the functional difference? Not how much does it hurt to look at and how much does it hurt to use? Is there a benefit to using a struct that is functionally better than using arrays? That it's going to make things... Okay, how am I going to have bugs? Why am I going to have bugs? Is it because arrays are less efficient than structs? Technically, an array is a struct. So I have a struct of a struct. Got him. Every time the state of one ship changes, multiple arrays need to be edited. Why? If one ship attacks another ship and the second ship has -1 health, what other arrays need to be edited? Yeah, arrays are structs, yes. Where are the properties of ship 17 stored? Would it not be when I here when I duplicated the initial ship array and then added it to the main ships array list? Right? So it'd be this thing, which is just exactly the same array as this, but now I just modify this, right? Is that not where it would be stored? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but this is what I'm... Try to print all the stats for ship 17. I don't need to print all the stats for ship 17. All I need to do, literally all I need to do is go get ship from the JavaScript side. I call this function ship index. Just give me the memory location of this ship. If I know the length of the array, I just go to my WebAssembly memory. On here, right? And I can even show you what I mean. Game.js. Where's my get memory? Here. Go into my memory buffer, which is the entire memory of the assembly. Go to this position and get a certain length. I now have the entire state of the ship. And if I literally just duplicate some const, wherever I put just the enums, I can make the exact same call, and all I have to pass around is an array. And then I know what your next question is in your head. Why would you export your enums and then have to recreate them? I can have Zig export my enums into any structure I want, including a JavaScript file which has the enums built in for me. So I don't even need to do it by hand. I can have Zig do it for me. But my question is, what's the difference? Am I saving memory space by using a struct? Are structs packed better in memory? Is it faster to change the attributes of structs? Why would I want to do a struct over an array, aside from it looks nicer, it's more organized, yada, 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 preferential things? Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. That's exactly it. Deagle, what benefits am I not getting? Can you be specific? Give me a benefit I'm not getting aside from it feels better, it looks better. No, Deagle, not whatevs. No, you're not getting away with this, Deagle. I'm not letting you get away with this. What is the benefit I'm losing? No, Papa. No. I don't care if it's more readable and maintainable. I don't care if it's more readable or more maintainable. What I care about is what under the hood is different, better. What is the benefit? So it's just preference. It's literally, you guys are literally arguing with me over preference. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. So okay, but this is an extremely important discussion, which is why I'm holding you guys over the fire, because what you're all trying to get me to do. No, listen, I'm gonna be honest. You guys all came at me with this struct stuff. This is why I go through the whole thing. Whenever somebody comes in here and says like, hey, you should do it this way or whatever, I go ahead and like let them guide it, because we all learn something. But you guys came at me with all this struct stuff, and the only reason that you came at me with that is because it was a preference. But you didn't say that. And so when you're coming at me and you help me fix other things, like Deagle, you helped me fix the issue with like not releasing the memory, right? That's great. Okay? So now you're going to come at me and you're going to say, use structs. And I'm going, oh, well, Deagle must know what he's talking about, which you do. I'm not saying you don't. And my immediate assumption is now preloaded with, oh, structs must have some kind of under the hood benefit because Deagle helped me fix the memory thing and I didn't know what I was, Okay, maybe you said you would, but it's not a fight. It's not a fight. Yeah, the thing I'm learning is that it's a preference, is that you all like reading structs better. That's what I'm learning. But nobody ever said that. You came with a loaded gun and then told me, don't worry, duck, we got you. You never said I just assumed that there was some under the hood better preference, but none of you ever said that. This is important to understand, because when you're talking to other people about like why you want them to do something, you can't have these kinds of preloaded assumptions. Yes, structs are a tool, so are arrays. And none of you can give me a reason why me using arrays is going to give me better output or performance or whatever than a struct, aside from it looks cleaner, it's easier to manage. In terms of WebAssembly, let's another way to, right. Does WebAssembly care? Is WebAssembly going to be slower or throw up or something because I use a struct over an array? Not me. Not you, WebAssembly. Does anybody have an argument for that? Why not have both? In C, it's less pointers. Okay, so that is the closest thing to an argument outside of like what is a preference. Essentially, it comes to a preference essentially. So MK in C, it's less pointers. So you're saying it's literally less pointers in the memory space. Is that right, MK? In C. You save some time in logic through the structs, then dereferencing arrays. Okay. for when you need that extra nanosecond. Indoctrinate you into some call. Arvice, damn it. You don't have to edit multiple arrays every time a ship's, and you just edit the... Deagle, I think when you're saying multiple arrays, do you mean nested arrays? So it's like the outer... I don't have to edit the outer array plus the inner array? Like, because I have to iterate first through the outer array and then go through the inner array? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by multiple arrays. Your arguments? Oh boy. I don't know. I don't want to pull this up yet, Papa. Okay, so I can see. No, I don't have to touch. What are you talking about, Deagle? What are you talking about, Deagle? Deagle. Here's a ship array. It's got 3 values. 3. It's an array of whatever, 3, okay? Okay. I don't need all ships health, all ships ammos. All I need to know is the outer, that's for one ship. Right. When I attack the ship, I just do one ship. And I just go to that one ship. My enum tells me which index is the health, and then I subtract the health. Why do I need all ships health and all ships ammo? I'm only ever going to deal with one ship at a time. At least for now, like in this case, like at what point would I have to deal with multiple ships? And then why can't I just take an array of indexes or deal with it inside WebAssembly? Why do I need to break out each individual attribute of the ship into multiple arrays? I'm not sure. I'm not following that. Like int star star versus ship star. Oh, I see MK. No, look, what I'm worried about, multiple ships when they get hit by an AoE attack. Okay, so then what I do is I look at the attack, I calculate its AoE because I'm going to have to calculate it anyways. I see where the attack lands in the entire world map. Then I look range. Is any ship in the range? If it is, add it to an attacked ship array. It's just the index to that ship. Nothing else. It's just the index to the ship. Then I do attack ship on each one. So is that what you mean by dealing with multiple arrays, Deagle? Maybe array ship health and the attributes of the ship wasn't a good example, but like I now have to have another array to like deal with multiple ships if there's an AoE attack. Is that what you meant? This is why I'm trying to get to it, because like maybe you guys have a different view on like how to deal with this that I haven't considered, because there's like an under the hood benefit, right? Dealing with multiple arrays might be bad. Maybe structs are easier because you can reference them directly somehow, which might be a shorter path, right? My real concern is how you map this information in the arrays. Keep your head on straight. Is ship X0 the health or the ammo? No, Arvice. Ship X, I don't need to know 0. My enum tells me. Look, I'm casting an enum value. It's here. I just store one enum and it's my map. And then I can do the same thing on the JS side. And then all I pass between my WebAssembly and my JS is arrays. And my enum tells me exactly what each index of an array is for. It's the math professor analogy. If you say something should be done a certain way, the work must be shown to be so through pure reasoning. Also with structs, you could point to the same ship in 2 different lists. I can still do that with arrays. So I don't know if that's a difference in C. I guess it would be like no, that particular last one, MK, I'm not entirely sure would be different in Zig, to be honest. Ditch that enum, make a struct. You just save memory by removing a declared enum. You bastards. You're gonna have an array of ships. We're good with that. Deagle, don't cave. Fight. But this is like fight in a good way. We're just saying it'll be much easier for you to store the properties of each ship in a struct. Okay. Can we agree? Can we agree that even though like this isn't like, you know, the greatest, you know, I feel okay with it. Okay. I do agree. Can we all agree this seems better? It's like it looks better. Everything's like in a nice little box. You can have all your functions in one place. Xcoding, hi. Right? Like we're and then you kind of changing it fluidly at the very least. Okay, I mean again, that's a good point, right? I'm making my life harder. Because if I ever need to go and change, oh no, wait, health actually has to become 3, then I have to go and edit all the base arrays. I agree with you. I still agree with you. Yeah? We agree that like structs are a nice way to structure the data. We all agree, yeah? Right. But we also all agree that aside from Papa Owl, who sent me an article and who's saying some stuff, nobody has given me an actual under the hood reason why one is better than the other. So far, and then Nightshade kind of comes in, but up until this point, it's mostly been preferential arguments. Okay, so let's see what Papa Owl has to say. He sent me a link, which I didn't want to put up because I wanted to see if somebody had something. Both structs and arrays can be very performant, but their performance characteristics differ based on usage. Structs are excellent when you need to access different types of related data, as the CPU can efficiently load and store data from and to these contiguous memory locations. Arrays shine in scenarios where you need to process many elements of the same type in sequence, as they can benefit from cache locality and predictable memory access patterns. Okay, so let's go. Now we're going to go. Okay, we're going to look at what Papa Owl is saying. Right? He sent me this. Which, I get Papa Owl, thank you. Structs versus arrays under the hood. Memory layout. Struct. A struct in Zig, like in C, is a composite data type that groups variables of possibly different types into a single logical unit. The memory layout of a struct is sequential, with each field placed directly after the previous one, taking alignment into consideration. This layout makes accessing a field in a struct very efficient, as the offset of each field from the start of the struct is fixed and known at compile time. Array. An array, on the other hand, is a collection of elements all of the same type, stored in contiguous memory. Arrays are excellent for storing and accessing sequences of data efficiently, particularly when you need to iterate over all elements or access them via an index. Okay, Papa Owl, I'm going to ask you a question. You let me know if this is true. If I have a struct, the benefit of a struct would be if I had, say, exactly what I have here. Let's say other. And it would be 2 of like U8, okay? And then this would be 1 of U, I don't know, 64. Okay, so I have 3 different types in the struct. When I want to reference these in the struct, because I have different types, it's efficient. When I have an array, and the array contains all the same kind of types, and I want to access them by an index, say by having an enum, which tells me the index of a value where all values are of the same type in that array, then an array is efficient. So far, Papa, am I on the right track? Right. Right. Guess what I want to store in my array, Papa? I'll give you one guess. And I've been doing it consistently with everything because managing different types of data in JS is a pain in the ass. No, Jen, we're literally about to prove that it does matter. Papa, what kind of data do I want to store in my arrays? What do you think? No, it's not just premature optimization. No, you guys, I haven't told you everything on purpose because you guys walked yourselves into a hole that I'm about to blow up in your faces. Papa, am I storing anything other than numbers? It's always numbers. Do you know why? Because if I have to deal with anything other than numbers in JavaScript, I have to do a bunch of strange conversion methods in my JS. But this isn't even optimized. That's the thing. It's the reverse of optimization. Because everyone was saying I should use structs because that's what they felt was right. But it's not right. We literally just, that's why I held on to this article, because I knew what the difference was. And I knew that for me, okay, my preference is to not have to deal with weird JavaScript, array byte, right? So I made the case for, exactly, you made the case for arrays as well. Yeah. I don't want to deal with structs, even though they are indeed nicer and they do localize behavior and everything, and I do like that. But then I have to deal with a very strange conversion method, several of them actually in JavaScript, to read from the WebAssembly memory in different formats, different types, versus it's just one type and all I ship is one type. And not just for JavaScript, but I have no idea if anybody else making modifications to the game or rendering a different front end is going to have to deal with converting weird memory types in Zig or different memory types in Zig to different memory types on their front end. And then they have to deal with some kind of inconsistency. If I use arrays, everything is consistent. Yeah, not just worried about passing structs. I don't even need structs, first of all, because my types are going to be all the same. And second of all, since my types are going to be all the same, arrays are actually more efficient under the hood. So by nature of the data that I want to pass, in order to not have my front-end renderer do something weird, arrays are under the hood better. Sure, Ryan. Yeah. The struct could hold the indexes, but then it's just all I'm doing is wrapping an array with all the same types in a struct. And what we just went over is that an array is better when you have the same type sequentially and you're accessing via indexes like I am. If you're storing with numbers only, then I'm on the array side, and I admit I was a dimwit and I made the wrong advice. I was only looking on the zig side, but you're absolutely right, because JS is anal if you convert types, yes. Am I crazy? Like, what? I only need one type of value. I'm not crazy, right? I only need one type. And the reason why I only need one type is because I don't want to increase the complexity of JS. Right, okay, so if JS wasn't a factor though, what's the point of portability of the zig code? It's extremely portable. Because this under the hood structure of the data is consistent on WebAssembly, which means if JS has a problem with converting these data types from one to another because it's super anal about it, how do I know that someone down the road is not going to want to implement this in their render, which also has anal based converters? So actually this is the more portable version. I am using an array and accessing the data in it more efficiently in Zig, and it's more consistent across the board. Right? I think you could also use comp time to turn your structs you use in your Zig code into an array for Wasm, although I might have missed. Oh, hey, Fran. Yeah. Melky. Hey, man. We're having a heated discussion, Melky, if you're here. I don't know if you're following or if you're actually in chat, but if you are, say hi. This feels like a tight coupling between your Zig code and JS to avoid extra work. JS is overhead, and that's a factor to do with JS. Melky. Thank you, Melky. Holy crap. Thank you for doing that. That would you of all people, Melky, do not have to be doing that, okay? Of all people, Melky, not you. Not you, man. But thank you. Thank you so much, Melky. Arvice. I know, like, your first question and then the tight coupling, did I answer that correctly? Like, did I answer that better? Again, thank you, Melky. It's not a tight coupling. It's that if JS is like this, how do I know someone else's renderer won't be like this? And then I've made their life way more annoying and my life slightly more better because it just felt nicer to do structs. Listen, Melky, you're coming in right at that. I should have been here like just like 20 minutes before. I walked a bunch of people here into a landmine, and they sleepwalked into it, and I just destroyed them all. And I don't care what anyone else says in chat. That's what happened, and that's the only thing that happened. No need structs. Alteraz, if this is like some troll thing. Speaking of victory royale, Devil's Advocate, an interface where you have to encode everything as number, is not that user friendly. Okay, so hang on. User-friendly to who? That was not a fair I didn't know. What information did I withhold? You've been here the whole time, Papa. I even pseudo-coded the whole thing. What are you talking about? And nobody's going to be renderers? Hang on. An interface where you have to encode everything as numbers is not that user-friendly. Okay. You take an enum. In here, you type a command. Okay, I literally have thought of this. You literally do zig export enums to JS, and it ships you out. Ships enum dot whatever with constants already pre-filled for you. No more numbers. Now you have enums. You don't have to care about the numbers. You can do this with anything. And Papa, I'm not sure what information I withheld. How are you going to deallocate one of these ships? Where did it go? I had it. I had a deallocator. Your ship's array list. I can't remember if this would work undefined, but otherwise you can free up the you can put this in an arena and just redo the reinitialize the arena. If I'm doing only one ship, I probably want to keep the others, right? So I'm not really that concerned about the size. I don't need to deallocate the whole thing. I just undefine the one ship. If I want to do the whole thing, maybe the battle's over, arena goes away, all ships gone. That would be only numbers. You could, I don't know, name the individual ships, but you're right, same types, arrays for sure. I couldn't name the individual ships, but I don't need to, because I don't really care. That's a renderer thing, if anything. Let me look at this non-troll thing, okay? Apparently Altaraz has the solution. No, ship names would never be used in the game logic. No, that's vanity. Why does it... Who cares what the name of the ship is? You have a number you can reference to it. The ship name could get altered for any number of reasons. That's a vanity thing, right? Okay, so we have a struct of ships. Where do you store that? In the renderer? So now you're storing two separate states? No, all you would need to do is in that particular case, because it's renderer driven, you can just have an array like we have, like the diff list, that can grow, and it would be ship names array, and you can put whatever you want in there. No, sorry, you wouldn't put whatever you want in there. In the WebAssembly side, it would just be like an index, and you would the renderer would be in charge of putting whatever index it is, whatever value it is, and then the renderer can call, okay, now that I know which ship has which name, return to me the name index and give me the name. You could even just have a big name list, like an array of names for anything. And then just map ships to names, entities to names, whatever. And then WebAssembly does not have to care about strings at all. Okay, Arvice, you might have a good point here. I've got to think about it. But let me put a pot. It's React all over again. Let me put a pause on this. Hang on. So you have a struct of ships. There's an array list. Thanks, Papa. I appreciate it. All right. So I imagine that like when I generate a new ship because like a captain created it, it would be in here. Then you have health. You pass in an ID. And so your struct is literally to store functions that deal with individual ships and what actions you're going to take on them. Your ship enum is going to be whatever it is. You're going to allocate a new ship struct. And then you're going to call it this way. Atticus of Sparta, we're in a heated discussion about a game I'm building in Zig, which I compiled to WebAssembly, which I render on the browser with DOM. Just regular DOM. So essentially, Altaraz, what you're describing to me is, instead of having these functions here just as their own functions at the global level, I would have functions that are in a struct, and they kind of like, you're kind of trying to get the best of both worlds. It's a little bit of a compromise because the struct kind of tells you what these things are for. Right, I can hide it, right. Right. It kind of compartmentalizes. And then I don't need to have global functions that are exported to the WebAssembly, which... Arvice, that's over abstraction now. I don't need... So like... yeah, okay. I can even change the implementation. Right. Right. And then I can choose to export, like, hang on, export like ships dot set health, potentially. Like I can choose which ones I want to export. I don't have to export all of them. I know Zig will inline all the code, same performance. The struct itself defines its members. You don't need to use an enum as a key to an array and access that through a struct. Just use the struct. Like I could just have in this struct ships, I could just add health 0 instead of the enum here. So it'd be, let's see if I can. But if I do that, then what I'm missing is extracting it. I'd have to yeah, exactly what MK is saying. When I want to do the extraction, ship.setHealth ID value. Yeah. I would have to figure out how to export that out. Yes, I would have to export but I think there's a way to export the struct stuff out. And even if there isn't, I just have a function that just, calls it. Hang on, Arvice, before we go too far, let me just make sure. If you're going to store a list of ship names and tie that to entity IDs, now you have to make sure that coupling stays in sync. When an entity gets tore down, you have to update your ship name. It's two separate states. Alternative then, use the struct strictly as your data structure and have your getters and setters in that global scope. I feel like there has to be a way to export a struct definition to JS. No, there isn't. And I know because the mock engine guys are having to build their own exporters. They're writing a mock game engine in Zig. It's called mock. And they have to write it themselves. They have to write all their definitions themselves. No, that's for if you want to map. What we're talking about is the enum. So that you know, if you call enum.health, you know that it leads to 0, and then that's the array index reference. The JSON is more for object prototype. The JSON is more for like this when you want like this you could do in JSON, which I think is actually what Go does. Or is it Go? I think it's Go. And it literally reads your WebAssembly functions and then generates a JSON object, and it just pulls it in here. So that your JavaScript knows what functions are available for it to call. So it's a touch different. Zig exports struct function to WebAssembly. I just want to see if this. Right, okay, TypeScript as a... Right. I think you have to... how to export a function. I think you have to wrap the function. I don't think you can export a struct function directly. This isn't really a good example because their structs don't have functions in them. But that might tell you everything you need to know. Like they're setting global functions and exporting them out and not leaving them. There's no struct with a function in here, maybe because you can't. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. The Quake code does that. Right. And we can actually prove this a little bit. Okay, we're going to get rid of this. And then we're going to go... Let's just go back to this struct. Because if I can't export the struct function, then this becomes moot, right? Ships. And then we'll just do one function. It's going to be health fn. And we're just going to do U16, return 100. Like that's it. Now I'm going to try. The same way that I would export a regular function in the global scope, right? Like, I don't know how else you would actually export. I don't know how else you would define this as an exportable function. Oh, const. Sorry. Yeah, right, because I need to actually do this. Right. Okay, no, but yeah, okay, no, it's fine. Let's actually I guess I would have to initialize it. Right, if it does work this way, you'd have no reason not to use struct since it's literally preference. No, it's not, though. Not for, well, okay, you're right up to a point. If I want to use it to wrap functions, okay, if I want to have the functions in a struct, sure, because these functions are of different, states and types and whatnot. But my array is still an array of ships with a consistent array type. That is faster. It is because you're getting all your object accessors via functions. There's no need to key arrays from enums because you don't need to export the enum. Arvice. My ship data is an array. A flat array. At the end of the day, this ship's struct still accesses that data via an index. And the array of the ship that it's accessing, it's one type. We have proven that an array of just numbers of one type accessed via index is faster. Yeah, the flat array, right. So I wouldn't remove the enum, right? Unless you're saying like down here. I'm moving the enum index up here. I don't even need to extract the enum. Is that what you're saying? I think I'm misunderstanding you, which is my problem. It's not yours. It's my problem. What you're saying is, in my global export functions, okay, like right now, let me find a reasonable example. Here, right now, okay. This is the function accessing an array index going minus width, and what you're trying to say, oh damn, that's not even a good one. Like, okay, perfect. Here, what I'm doing here, what you're saying is I can keep this function and remove this int from enum stuff. I don't even need to do this. I'm moving it up here, and if I do that, then I don't need to export. Your whole argument was you need to store in flat arrays, utilize enums to define, because that's how JS. If you handle all your logic on your entities through exported functions, ship get health, ships at health, you have bypassed that whole issue. Okay, now in your zip code you don't have to deal with the enums because JS still has. Okay, yeah, absolutely my issue. So you're right. You're right. That makes total sense now. I had to say it over and over again. As far as how you store the data, now it's entirely, there's no real constraint. I would argue that internally there is still a constraint. Hang on, let me think about that before I shoot my mouth off, because I think I'm wrong. Why? Well, okay, first of all, can I even do that? Can I even export like just this? My absolute worst case would be I would have to write a wrapper global function, right? I have to go like get ship, you know, whatever, and then I would just return ID, and I would have to return like this. That would be my worst case. How are we feeling about that if that's the worst case? So that then my JS would be literally game.getShip 2, you know, and it would just return to me like 100 for the health or whatever. Are we feeling better about that? That's the Quake and Do method I was getting at earlier, because C doesn't have struct functions. They couldn't actually encaps exactly. And I think that's the same with WebAssembly. I often cannot use the normal C, like the latest C conventions, because it's too low level. Like the niceties of some of the C conventions are not available to me when I do certain things in the WebAssembly. So I don't think I can export. You know, let's ask ChatGPT. You can see I've, you know, damn it, leaked, whatever. Can I export a Zig struct function to WebAssembly using Zig? And it's not using even the latest Zig version. The function is marked as pub. Josh, I know, right? Have I let you down? Let's see what it comes up with. Let's just see. Oh, pub. Oh, I did. Thank you, Josh. I did. I slept well. Look what. Okay, guys. Well, you get your pick. Right, for the struct to be exported. I cannot export. I'm sorry, Josh. We're in the middle of a heated battle here. Seriously, I cannot export these directly. So either I'm going to export them with this kind of a thing. Okay, or we're going to export them such that JavaScript has a pointer to the struct, which I'm definitely not doing because that's insanity to do. It's like extra and C. Yeah, I'm not doing this. This is crazy to make JavaScript respect a struct, an internal Zig struct. You have to do all kinds of conversions for that. Right. Okay. Let's assume for a moment. Let's assume for a moment that we're happy with this. No, I know I'm returning an I32 Deagle, but JavaScript has to call this function, and look, this is a JavaScript pointer. JavaScript needs to tell this function what to use. The return is I32, that's great, but my JavaScript needs to convert my struct values to whatever JavaScript is going to do and then pass it. And I actually have to dynamically create JavaScript pointers using the WebAssembly memory to get that in there. Like previously in my project, is that what you mean, Altras? How do I do it in my project? In JS, I can still use, yes, I can use my enums, yes. I just create consts. I could even do like, in JS, I can even write like var like enum, and then it would just be a const of like, health 0 or whatever, right, etc. Which I can generate from a Zig function if I want to. That's all I do. And then when I call these functions that I already have here, like init game, I'm not passing anything except numbers, which might be enums in some cases, or in some cases it's just like a value, like an XY value. I do not have to do any weird pointer mechanisms. I don't have to create pointers in JavaScript based on WebAssembly memory to know which struct I'm going to call to pass it in here, right? So really, it feels like the way I've been doing it all along, in terms of just global functions, is the best way. You just export a global function, you tell JS that it exists, you only receive numbers as input because there's 0 conversion. And then underneath the hood here, you would have this guy, exactly like this. Your ships.help is just passing it to the struct. You have your struct out here and it's just passing it to the struct. Yeah, so far so good. Exporting direct access into Zig memory seems like it will cause more problems than solve. Yes. Well, no, I can't. You're doing direct access to memory no matter what under the hood, actually. Anytime I need to call a function, it's literally reaching into the memory of WebAssembly to call it. But there's a handler for that for me. That's like a magic black box. When it's sort of an MVC, yeah. And okay, right. Okay, so once again, yeah, the function right does not the raw.js, right. Yeah, the function doesn't deal with the raw.js. The function just deals with numbers from JS. Unless we do what Geppetto is saying, which is create a pointer, which means that you have to take WebAssembly memory, convert it to a pointer in WebAssembly memory, convert it to a variable in JavaScript, then convert it back out to a WebAssembly memory block, which duplicates the memory in JavaScript, then pass it in here, then this considers it a pointer to the appropriate memory of the ship struct in order to that's insanity. That's crazy. It's much easier if JavaScript just passes a function and then some numbers. Functions the controller, JS the view, Wasm is the model. Yeah. No, I can't do that, Arvice. I can't. I've tried. You literally, even if you do that, you still have to take the memory block, convert it to a JavaScript memory block, duplicate it, pass it back. That it is madness. It's crazy. A macro to generate. I don't want to do all those conversions. I have no idea what kind of effect that has on the JavaScript memory long term. It is way simpler and easier to deal with. Unless you're not talking about the JavaScript side. Sorry, Altras. Again, that's what I was getting at. Why do you need to access the game state arrays directly? From where? If it's from JavaScript, I'm not accessing them directly. I'm just passing references to them. No, I don't need to. So even when well, okay, that's false. I just lied. I'm taking an L. When I return images, for example, I do. What I do is when I ask for an image, I have a global function here. I think it's at the bottom. Anyways, it returns to me the memory location of the image array. And then in JS, I go read that memory location, get from memory. And then I have the entire array of memory. And then I can deal with that however I want. But I don't need to do that. If I can access what I need the way that we're talking about with the ships thing, and you know, we're just resigned to the fact that we have to write wrapper functions around struct functions, then maybe I can avoid doing that. Like, that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Otherwise, every operation in the game state can be encapsulated as exported functions. And like I say, you basically have a public API to your game logic, and now your render is completely decoupled. Okay, now ultimately, even though I like this as a compromise solution, I would... Ship set health. ARR health. No, I'm kind of intrigued, right? Because what I'm thinking is then I don't have to export enums at all. Yeah, I don't have to export enums at all in this case. So it's a bit of a compromise. Croucher, hi. Welcome to chat, first time chat. I think we're nearing the end of a heated debate, but thank you for saying hi. Let me know let me know how you got here, and let me know if you'd like me to show you what I'm working on. I presume you are, but yeah. So then, in that case, I guess I get two benefits here, which, there's a little bit of a trade-off here, but probably in a good way. There's a preference trade-off. Oh, gifted Nate. Well, you're welcome, man. Enjoy. Thanks for the follow. You'll basically have to pull against the game state for things like your diff list. Adopting a philosophy of direct access to WebASM memory is not allowed. I think our advice, I think what I hear what you're saying, it's a handoff, where here's an example, right? Here's an example that I think makes your point true. Cool, I have a flat array, which is like nice and performant because this type is the same, and in a struct of images, let's say, I can reference the index to the array. I could even have an enum if that's what I really wanted, sure. And everything's like, right, the performance is right. Okay, so my image array's here, and in my image I've padded the array, width, height, size. So when I say like get image in JavaScript, no problem, Fran. This might be the last one I do for a few days anyways, because daughter's school. Yeah, Alteraz, yeah. So our advice, we've padded the data here, and it contains within it width, height, and size. Now I can write 3 separate functions, global functions. you know, and then I can do whatever, like return, you know, etc., etc. And then JS has access to those functions. Or I can do what I'm doing now, which is just get image, and then I would return the entire image array. And then in my JS, I would understand that the first three, because of an enum, right? I would understand that the first three are padded and then slice it up. What you're describing lets me remove all that extra fluff. All I have to do is get image, and it just returns to me the block of data that I need, and that's it. Whether it's one value or whether it's an array of values, WebAssembly is in charge of slicing and dicing, whatever. JS receives only what it needs to receive. Then on the inverse, when I call functions, right, apply that concept to literally everything. When I call functions like to pass data into the game, say because the renderer received an attack input, almost like a web API. When the renders receives like the space bar for attack, right? And then it has to go attack, and it has to know like who, and then attack key, like whatever, right? It's literally it can just pass a number which references the ID, right? You just get responses. Then I go entity, which is a struct, right? Or say like entities, which is a struct, dot attack, and then you would pass your IDs, and then all your entities functionality is in here. And then if you ever change the functionality, you do it in your struct. And if you ever want to return something, you can return it if you really want to. And then, yeah, okay. So it's just middleware. We're creating it's like a REST API. It's a middleware REST API. It's just a plug to get in. Now, the reason why I say I still get to have my cake and eat it too in this case is because your array of entities can literally be what's in here. Array list, U16. It's still an array. I can still have my internal arrays, one type, an array, dealt with inside the struct, still have efficiency. It's less cool because we're just back to doing web dev stuff. But I have to do this anyways, essentially. Yeah, if I want to decouple it for real, somewhat. I'm still confused why it's ships.healthID versus shipsID.health. Just in this case, Deagle, what we're trying to do is see if we're getting benefits out of having like a struct that deals with particular functions around like a localized set of behaviors or whatever. So when we're up here, we're just calling a struct function. Yeah, Croucher, yeah. It is really cool, but yeah. Here's the problem that I'm seeing with that. I feel like what I'm really doing is creating middleware not really between JS and the WebAssembly. I think I'm creating middleware between the global functions and the arrays. Because right now, since I cannot export ship functions or struct functions, I have to have global functions one way or another. It's not a unified health array. It's like this. Look. I'll leave this up, Deagle. You can kind of see it's an array of ships. Yeah. And then you just generate a struct for it. You would pass in all your ships as an array, like each ship as an array of arrays. And then you just have caller functions, right? You pass in an ID. That's what we're talking about. And so what I'm trying to say is that Arvice, I have to create exported global functions anyways. Either I'm going to wrap this functionality. Yeah, all of your functionality more or less has to live in global scope, or otherwise you have to wrap it in global scope. Right. So now we're back down to the only actual benefit that I get from this is even then we don't even get to skip the enums, honestly, because if I'm going to do it like this, then I might as well just have global functions that have the enums in them, right? Like I can't really escape it because that global function is a global function. It's just an extra struct around it at this point. Does that make sense, Arvice? I think you're following. I'm just... Why not define the Wasm interface first? That will inform the underlying design. I mean, you have a good point that you could structure the outside. You can skip the enums because you're essentially enforcing the data structure with your function definitions. Makes it easier to read than using enum to end everywhere. But yeah, I think, Deagle, what we've determined is that I think what we're down to, Deagle, is that we have to have exported, like we have to have global functions. So that's fine. I don't think we need to worry about the design right now. I think the only thing that we really benefit from, or we're trying to figure out if we benefit from, is if we can remove the need for JS to have to know what the enums are. Like you will never need to do ship enum health externally if you have a public method ship get health index. Right. So right, it would literally be, for example, it would be this guy right here that I've highlighted, but it's just a global function instead of inside a struct. Now my JS doesn't need to have exported enums. It just calls get health, like exactly what you have, right? Is that the right kind of thing there, Arvice? So see what I have highlighted on screen? It'd be literally what you have here, this line, but instead, just literally this line, except instead of inside a struct for a health function, it's just a global function out here. Like whatever, ship get health ID return that. Yeah, okay. I think we're resigned to that. So then what Deagle is saying, I think is still quite valid then, because now what I have to do, yeah, now what I have to do is, like, I think Deagle's on the right track there. I have to define what I want the exported functions to be like. What do I want my renderer to have to be able to do? Like, Deagle's right about that. But I think we've resigned ourselves to the fact that we're going to have that all we really truly need to manage the data for the most part is just arrays of values of the same type. And then your global functions just deal with the business logic, kind of like this. As far as using enums or structs to define your entities in SIG, that's complete preference. You're always going to define their public in global scope. The backend has no constraints anymore. If you're just returning ints, everything else is implemented. Right. Okay. Well, no. Unless I'm misunderstanding both of you, which I very well could be. How many times have I done that already tonight? I think that it's still beneficial to have arrays for like your entities and so on, and arrays of arrays, because I can when I return data, crap, wait. Maybe you guys have a point. Because if I'm wrapping the return data anyways, I'm not actually really going into I don't have to go into an array anymore. So this has been my fault, kind of. Right. This has been my fault all along, because here's where the kicker is. Here's the thing that's killing, that drove this whole thing. No, wait. I think I've got a good example. Okay, here's a good example. This is great for when you have, like, what you guys are describing definitely means that I don't need arrays. I can just have structs for things like get health, set health, etc. Okay, I'm on board. But what happens? Let me go here. No, I'm on board. I agree with you, Arvis. I agree with you. What happens when I actually need to get an array of world data? I want all the world data as an array. What's in the world data at different layers? What's in the viewport? What's in the current? What's at coordinate 13, 19? Anything? How would I do that? Would I? Well, that's. I know that there are two ways that I could do this. I can either ask for the width and height of the world, for example, or the viewport, then iterate. Then iterate over the width and height and go through every single grid element and make a function call that's like in Zig. Yeah, everything is a function in my new world. Exactly. It would be like get data world whatever, and it'd be X and Y, and then it would just return to me an individual value of whatever. It could be a struct, it could be an array. The other way to do it is just export fn get data world all, and it would return to me that flat array. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. But if I need to render the entire world on initial load, or if I need to re-render the world because I've loaded up like a new world and I have to start from scratch, do I just in my game.js, do I just iterate over the world, like individual tiles in the world one by one till I get to the end? Or do I ask Zig to give me the entire array. You could do batch functions as well. As long as you return something, you can iterate. Yeah. So get all tiles returns ID array. World path, change tile, tile JSON info. I'm not sure what that last one is, Ultraz. I'm not sure what you're trying to. I think I'm misunderstanding that one or something. So then iterate. Get tile data thing, tiles I. A world patch. And then patch operate. Array. Right. So okay, now I get what you're saying, Ultraz. I think that makes sense. Arvice, you're kind of saying like you would return it's almost like a cursor or a pointer to the array at the starting point, and then JavaScript would just iterate the cursor and just continue, like just go over it. I might have that wrong. JS would ask you for an enum and an integer, right? In most cases. In this world that we're describing now, where everything is a function, you wouldn't need the enums. That's what we're trying to figure out. You wouldn't need the enums. Example, JS says I want ship 17. Vice, I'll get to your comments in a minute. I just want to see what Deagle's saying here. Oh, okay. I just quickly read what you're saying there, Arvice. Okay, so basically, it's like iterating through the array. For example, JS says I want ship 17, so your getters could take an enum and an index. I'm not sure why we would need an enum in this case. Yeah, so you don't lose the private types. But we can avoid having to export the enums out to JS at all if we write more specific functions for the kinds of returns we want. and you'll need to scale maps to it. Once you return an array, you leak implementation details. Eventually, you need to call method. I know it is. I'm not sure I followed Deagle. I'm thinking through that. That's just that the last, you need to call a method to get ship. So you have a private struct. Okay, so far so good. And it has methods. All right, cool. The exported function can't have a pointer to it. Right. Okay, so I think maybe Deagle, you might be behind a little bit. We've kind of got to the point where we're okay not doing this. We have realized that we can't, it's kind of annoying to do this anyway. We're just wrapping it in a wrapper now because we can't export the internal function of the struct. We have to have a global function. So why even have a struct of functions if you're going to have global functions anyways? Just move these up to the global and deal with a business logic the same way. So I think at this point, we're just trying to figure out no structs required. Right, it's all global. Right. And then someone brought up the Quake Doom code where the C code needs to have that wrapper global function, which is just an internal call to whatever's going on. Right, so at this point, if you're following that, global array list with global accessors, well, I mean, I actually think that this is, I'm not sure what a global array list with global accessors would be. Oh, I'm not sure what you'd contain in there. Well, I have a few of the exported functions. It's what I'm using right now. It's literally what I'm doing right now. The difference would be that I would be more verbose. That's the difference. So instead of returning, like right now, when I ask for a player, when I ask for a player, I'm returning the array of the player, and then in my JS, I'm going, now that I have the array, let me slice and dice it and figure out, like, let me use my enums in the JavaScript side to figure out which is which. And we're saying, okay, screw that. Just make more specific global functions. And make your JS call that more specifically. So it'd be get health of player, and then your assembly is responsible. Your WebAssembly is responsible for understanding that it has to reach into whatever index in the array to give you the health. And so your return data is either singular or very small. And so now what we're trying to figure out is if we do that. Right, why bother? Just use... Now you see. If we do that, then when I need to go get something like image, give me all the pixels in the image. How do I iterate that? What kind of function do I have to iterate that? Just iterate the width and height and just go like several calls? Like I could do that. Because struct member functions can't be exported, why bother using them at all? Just use structs to hold properties, and all your business logic is templated globals that collectively describe the interface to that struct, which is basically how you would do it anyway if you didn't have the struct functions. The reason is because I have no requirement to store different types. Structs are good. Structs are more performant than arrays. We just went over that, right? Structs are more performant than arrays when you want to have a struct that holds different types of values. I don't need that. Arrays are more performant when you have the same value as an array, and all I need is the same value as an array. Oh, you're okay. Sorry. Single file header strategy thingy. Yeah, I guess a little bit, yeah. So if I wanted to, okay, let me just pseudocode it out then. Like we're gonna be, you define the structure in memory, either struct or an array, then also bundle its functions in the same, yeah, I think you're right. So it'd be image, like get width. No. Get size. Yeah, the render is going to have to do some heavy lifting. I don't think there's a way around it, but there is a way to have the renderer do less on its own. For example, have Zig export enums so that it can figure out how to split up the data. Like there are particular things that I'm currently doing on the JavaScript side, which are just replicated, could be handled in WebAssembly. Like we could offload more to the Zig side, and still be really performant, and kind of use the same structure we already have. So it'd be image get size ID. And then it would be return like full size of image, which is basically just like array length. Okay. And then you'd go get data, which would be get image data array index, let's say. Oh, come on. And then it'd be like this, right? And then would return to you that singular value. No, and then I can remove calls to the WebAssembly memory entirely. I don't have to go into the WebAssembly memory and pull a view or anything like that. It just returns to me that value. And then in my JS, I would go like the typical for var I, I is less than game image get size. 0, and then I can build my own array. Whatever array I want in JavaScript, whatever array I want in my renderer. And then any renderer can just choose how to deal with the individual values and how to build them into an array that it can, use it. And this is kind of out there too, because like I don't need to be this crazy with like ships. Ships can have specific calls all the time. I don't need to iterate through an array of ship data for an individual ship. I just have a global function that accesses it for me. Yeah, all of your Htmx was because of reaching inside WebAsm to get data. Now we're just defining an interface through procedures. Right. Then I just remove this whole get from memory. I don't need it because I'm not going to read arrays in large blocks. I'm going to depend on WebAssembly to do that for me and really key in on it. The renderer can just key in on it. So the only thing that I... yeah, no, I think this is better. I think overall this is better. And then I don't need to export any enums. I just keep my enums in here. And my arrays are flat and efficient. Because I don't need different varieties of values. See, the actual problem with structs and using different... I would love to use different values. Honestly, I would. It'd be great. But the reason why I can't use different values is because once I start using different values for inside the struct, then things like string values, like U8 car string values, whatever, and different kinds of data structures in Zig don't export well in WebAssembly or sometimes at all. And when they don't export well, then I have to do weird conversions in JavaScript, like that memory pointer thing that ChatGPT gave us. If I keep all the values flat when they come out, then JavaScript and any renderer doesn't have to do weird conversions. And if I'm going to keep them flat going out, what's the point of keeping them different when they're in? Enums, yeah, enums is probably, yeah, right. Okay, well, yeah, I think, have we sufficiently beaten this horse to death? What do you think? Anybody on the YouTube side? I've been ignoring the YouTube chat. I've been deep into it. I'm sorry. If you're there, hi. Thank you for being here. I'll check YouTube chat in a sec. You can pass strings, but you have to pass them as integer values. And then convert them both in the Zig side and the JavaScript side. So it's more of a pain in the ass. Let me see, Deagle. Let me see what you got. A basic Mega Man clone? Okay, so that's the build. Let's see. Here, let me move this over. Enemy. Tick. You probably can't wrap that in any kind of a cast helper either. No, you can't. You can't just cast it straight up. You'd have to cast it as the closest you could do is cast it as an array. As an actual array of U8, and then you have to store that array in Zig memory or generate it on the fly. I think you have to actually literally generate memory on the fly for it, then pass the pointer to that memory to JS, and then JS can read that and then convert it back. Or you just you treat each character individually, or you just point to it directly. Yeah, okay, search the repo for export. Okay. Let's do that. Ugh, if I could type. If I could spell. You'll be surprised. Okay. let's see. Enemy, render, effects, player. Okay. Game. Doesn't return anything. That's a void. 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 Okay, this is great. But these are all voids. They're not returning anything. It's just the key presses. Yeah, so how is he keeping a yeah, see, he's got to see, Arvice, this is what you have to do to read characters. You have to convert them. And then to write them back is more of a pain in the ass. Yeah, how is it getting any information? Like, I don't see a way where it's getting any world data to render. This is strange. Export. On key down. On init. Right, Arvice. Yeah. Game data state. Okay, on key, yeah, on before unload. So where on earth is it getting any amount of information about acts main? What? This isn't making any sense. Where is he getting world data? What is he even rendering here? Canvas. Touch controls. WebGL.js. Where's WebGL.js? I didn't see WebGL. Oh, here. Okay. On click. Log. Load snapshots. Read character, write character, environment, WebGL. So it must be in WebGL.js. And then on key up, on before. Okay, fetch and instantiate. Touch controls. Okay, WebGL. Right. If you serialize to JSON and Zig, you can just literally do JSON parse and JS. But then it only works for JSON-based solutions. And not all renderers are going to do JSON. And I thought about that. JSON parsing in Zig is extremely annoying because you have to be extremely strict about the structure of your JSON. You can't do things that are allowed to do in JSON parsing. Like a leading comma will ruin you. And JSON is not as universal as you might think. Like if JSON would mean almost next to nothing if I wanted to compile the Zig side to an embedded device. Memory. So let me search for memory. Well, actually, you could return raw JSON as a string, but then you have to convert it, right, or constantly define. Yes, then I would have to do the same conversion for string stuff, which I'm trying to avoid. Oh, this is how this is. Okay, now I know how he's rendering. Check this out. So he's actually really not avoiding the problem. Okay, check this out. So right here, he loads the Wasm file, right? That's cool. And then he has a global memory function in JS. And the Wasm file memory is loaded onto this variable. And then, in his WebGL, he literally just references exactly the memory buffer with a starting location, a length, and then he returns, he basically converts the memory buffer from one type to another. Do that right. Really? Here. We want like that. Can you copy that please properly? Yeah. Oh, I see. Son of. And then what he's doing. And then what he's doing is he's exposing the JavaScript functions back into WebAssembly. Hell no. Hell no. No. It's a good find though. It's a good find, Eagle. But yeah, we're not doing that. No. It's 100% tied to JS. No. Yeah, but it is a good find because it, like, you, if you really want to, you could do this. But damn it, I'm having my cake and I'm eating it too. I swear, this is what I signed up for. Okay, and I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna struggle through this, and I'm gonna do it the right way. This is not the right way. Does anybody feel good about that? And I'm not like making fun of you, Deco. Like does anybody feel good about the way that this would work? Would you want to write a WebAssembly file, even if the WebAssembly file was really fast? Would you want to have to convert characters, string characters this way, and would you want to expose JavaScript to WebAssembly and WebAssembly to JavaScript? Okay, I'm glad, Deagle. I'm glad. See, like yeah, okay. These are the kinds of things. They didn't stop to think if they should. Exactly. These are the kinds of things where people go, this gets the job done. Have you seen people wrapping C++ words and basically that? Yeah. This ticks the boxes, right? Like a project manager would be happy that I got it complete. They wouldn't care about how I technically achieved it. And even if it's less efficient, people have lots of hardware these days, right? And from day one of streaming, I said, no, I'm not doing that. We can do better. and I'm going to prove it, and I'm sticking to my guns. This feels yucky. No, Arvice, I'm not going to say 100%, but I'm feeling pretty confident that I'm going to be able to stay away from strings in WebAssembly. I may want to. That's how we get 120 gigabyte games now. Exactly. I may want to I may want to, but I think I don't have to. Just like between you and me, don't tell anyone, okay? Don't tell anyone. Just between you and me. I want to use structs. I like how they look. I like having the locality of, like, you know, I can look at a struct and I know what it's going to do. And I don't have a bunch of global functions everywhere that I have to do like weird naming conventions to figure out. Like I like that. I want to do that. But that's not that. I want to prove that this, you can do it better and it will work. And even though it's frustrating, the benefits outweigh the costs. And if I otherwise I'm letting you all down. Honestly, I feel like I'm letting you all down. That's the whole point of the entire motto of the stream and why I'm doing this. So no, I'm not exposing JS to WebAssembly. Yes, struct gang. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're decided. For the most part. I mean, I'm decided and you like reluctantly agree because like what the hell are you going to do anyways? It's my computer, my stream, suckers. But I am, first of all, as frustrating as that was, a lot of that was on me. Second of all, that was a hell of a lot of fun to battle with you guys over that. Third of all, you guys are all freaking awesome and smart as hell. No, you didn't derail at all, Arvice. I literally started. I'm like, hey, let's do some video game stuff. And then I literally said, one of the co-creators of Zig came in yesterday and he told me about garbage collection and memory stuff. And now I really want to like tackle that. This is directly on point. This is on point. Because that, right? Yeah, we learned about heaps. We learned about dangling things that like I didn't know about that, right? We got that figured out. And then we started thinking about like, should we really be using arrays? And you guys are like, no, why are you doing it this way? It's fair, you're stupid. Use a struct. Right? It was good. Frustrating, but good. And now we've kind of like given the constraints that I want to try and prove and inspire everyone with. We're here, right? Where we're like, okay, well, it seems like this is the best thing we can do. It's still not great, but it's like with those constraints, this is how you would do it. No, you guys were great. Like, because you were patient with me. Because I wasn't understanding. Except for maybe that one part where I completely bombed you guys with the whole struct to array performance thing. Trying to get you guys to see if, like, you know, if you could make another case. I mean, that part I'm kind of proud of. But aside from that part, it was mostly me just like, you know. I'm going to take that W because I earned that W. I gave you guys plenty of time. Anyways, okay. I think I have to call it a night. Cuz I need to be up tomorrow. I didn't get any. You know what? Honestly, it feels like we got nothing done, right? I barely wrote any code. I barely wrote any like actual code. We just solved a whole bunch of problems way in advance. And here's something that if any of you stick around long enough to see me go through this now, what you're going to see is that when it comes time for me to build out the rest of the functions, the rest of the arrays, the rest of the data, because we spent 5 hours here now having a frustrating conversation and misunderstandings and like figuring, right? the work that I'm going to do for the next few days, whenever they may be on this game, is going to go way faster than if we didn't spend the 5 hours. Does that make sense? Those 5 hours are gonna return their investment on what I have to do now by like almost exponentially. Even though it was a frustrating 5 hours to some degree. It does help to have people to bang ideas around. Absolutely. Yeah. And I think we, like, all of us learned something different, but all of us did. Okay. I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to go have something to eat because it's late. I'm going to go to bed. And, yeah. I'm not sure when I'm going to stream next, in case anyone cares after this. Maybe some of you are like, that spirit guy's a jerk. I'm never coming back. I wouldn't blame you. But yeah, but with my daughter's school back, it might not be till next Monday. That's maybe Sunday. We'll see. But I'll try not to keep it too far apart, and whatever days I do stream, I will try and keep the days consistent. So if it's consistently Mondays, whatever days, I'll figure it out very quickly. But I won't be gone for too long, I promise. Now, if anybody is interested, okay, I've set up a Discord server today. If you want to come trash talk me, there are plenty of people who will dogpile with you. And tell me that you can all tell me I'm crazy and I'm doing the most stupid things ever. You're welcome to come join the Discord. If not, that's fine. But I'll be back soon. You guys are all awesome. All of you. That was a hell of a lot of fun for me. Like, I had a great time. That was so nerdy and so much fun. Seriously. And it's going to be incredible. It'll feel really nice for me to keep working on this game now that we've sorted all that out. And we can say that we went deep, right? There's only a few ways to understand that, but we went deep. We went deep. So, I'm proud of us. Okay, you guys have been awesome. Thank you. Let me find someone to raid. He's crazy. Yeah, I see it on my Discord chat already. Yeah, I'm hashtag deep. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. Deagle, if you're there, please don't go. Please come back. Alteraz, Arvice, Deagle, please. I hope you're not I hope I wasn't too mean or anything. Please come back. You're awesome. And I want you to come back. It was fun. Please, I want you to come back. I want to continue doing things like this with you. I want you to be around. So if I was too much of a jerk or something, just you can absolutely call me out on that. But hopefully it was okay. I had fun. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Ryan, so you're a jerk. You know how I know you're gonna come back, Ryan? Do you know how I know? I know you're going to come back because I know approximately where you live and what part of Canada. And like I've said every single time, there's nothing there. You have nothing to do. I know it's late where it is for you, and people closed shop 12 hours ago because there's nothing there. You're gonna come back, Ryan. You can't stay away. 2:30 a.m. Yeah. So 12 hours ago, 2:30 p.m., the lights are going off everywhere. You're looking out the window and things are dead. You need me, Ryan. You need me. Without me, your life would be painful and boring. You'll be back. Oh, you'll be back. You want me to raid Killian again? Let me see who's on. Let me try and share the love a bit. You're in shambles. Yeah, do you guys want me to raid Killian? Doesn't get reward redemption. And you need the web. Well, isn't that what I thought? Elixir was supposed to like make this tickety boo for you, man. You're not selling me on Elixir. Okay, how about we raid Killian? Let's do that. He's a cool guy. I like him a lot. He's always been nice to me. So why don't we raid him? And one more time. One more time. Holy crap, you guys. I had so much fun. Please, please come back. I want to do this again next time I'm streaming. We're doing this. We're going to do this. We're doing this hard mode, all right? And we're going to you're all a part of it. This isn't just me. You're all a part of it, and we're going to show this off to the world when it's done. I promise you. It's going to be really cool. Okay, I'm raiding. Bye everyone. I love you all except for maybe Ryan.